Matt says the bad MIDI band is drunk.
All right, there we go. Wonderful performance by the Bad MIDI Band as usual. Thank you, Bad MIDI Band. Yeah, you can stop now. Thank you. Yeah, that's a whole new level. All right, so we're past that, I hope. We're printing. We're trying PETG. I don't print in PETG usually. This might be a whole transition for me. I did some research. And we were wrong about a lot of stuff last time. Number one, we're absolutely hitting the glass transition of these materials. I didn't know. But now I know. The melting and glass, I'm going to have to look up the terms exactly what they mean, but it turns out we're absolutely hitting those temperatures. And we had worried, I forget who it was, I think it was Popkey, had wondered if PETG was toxic. And I checked that, and turns out it's the least toxic of all of the things that we can print with, including PLA. It's more safe than PLA. So I'm safe to sit in the room without much ventilation. Obviously, I want a little bit of ventilation, but I'm okay to be around for these prints, so that's cool. I like that. Here's our last print. I never took it off the bed, so I guess I should go take it off the bed. Hooray, work. All right, I'm gonna go get that distant sound while I go a distance from the mic. Peel this baby off. Maybe shouldn't have even bothered with gluing this. I don't know that I needed it. It is well adhered, and this bed is pretty dang cold now. Oh, no, I got it. Just gotta get an edge. That's jammed up pretty good. There we go. There's our part. Can use a little bit of cleanup, but otherwise looks good. Like it. All right, that's an old PLA part. We don't want that anymore. No more PLA for us. All right, so gosh, a few things we need to do. One, swap this filament out because we're done with PLA. I have a change filament button on this firmware, so I can just do that. So this is what's left of the rainbow filament. Not a lot, but a bit, enough that can be used for something. The rainbow filament is going away because we've got, and this will be in the lower camera mainly, this big old box. And it's got foil in it in the shape of a spool. I like buying foil spools because they look cool. No, there's plastic inside. I'm fucking with you. So, let me get that open. Oh, hey, look, it's resealable. Alright, so that's going to heat up and then spit out the filament in a second. And then once it does, I will go ahead and stick this filament in. So, in order to prepare for that, I'm opening the filament. Are you kidding? That can't be my grocery order. Okay. It was my grocery order, but it's not my grocery order showing up. It's my grocery order being like, oh, we're starting shopping. Ooh, that looks nice. All right. We got the very nice silver PETG. Ooh. Blacking all the lights. Very, very nice silver color. And there goes our filament. All right. Just had to look at it and the filament flew out of there. I'm gonna go ahead and do this up so that my filament doesn't get tangled, because the worst thing is if you get your filament tangled, it basically ties itself into a tension knot as you print and it's not fun. Silver. Oh, oh. Why is that not flowing? Oh, that's just like the right size. This reel is a bit wider than the reels I usually have on here. I might have to use a different spool holder. Why is that spool so, like, it fits between these too closely? All right, well, that's fine, whatever. Towards bottom. Try to minimize the waste. Ding ding. Okay. Stick it in. Oh, it's got to reheat the nozzle. It didn't take that long. Come on. I guess I did mess around with a few things. I think that's just my food dinging again. Hello, microphone. How are you? Just waiting for the printer to beep again. There we go. Uh-oh. Get back here. You go in there, and you go in there. There we go. And we're going to extrude out all the green. There we go. Oh, look at that. Looks cool. That's silver. I don't know if it's coming through on the camera, but that silver looks good. That looks cool. That's gonna look awesome on the super printer. Alright, one more thing we gotta do with the printer, because I'm not printing onto my glass bed. That's a bad idea. I think for visibility's sake, I'm going to use green. I have a different color of tape I could be using here, but I'm going to use green just so it's visible to y'all. I double checked, and yes, PETG does have the capability to pull chunks of your bed out. So rather than give it the opportunity to pull chunks of my bed out, I'm going to lay down some tape, because I like my glass bed. I like my glass bed a lot. I don't even, you know what? No, we're using the wider tape. I don't even want the gap between the tape to be there. Whoa, okay, now my phone, that's definitely not the same message. Hold up, let's see. What do you want, phone? Oh, okay. Awesome. Buddy got all of my grocery list with no substitutions. Love that. Hopefully. Sometimes they just substitute stuff and don't tell you. Yeah, come on. It's been a while since I used this tape. So it's the top layer especially is a little bit ganky. And it's not holding together very well. There we go. Alright, that should do. Yeah. It's so big it's hard to deal with. No, that's what she said jokes, alright? We're a classy place here. Ah, crap. Whatever, I'll just trim it on both sides. Just as long as I can get these two pieces to come together, there we go. There we go, good enough. Good enough. Oh, no. Lay it out flat. This is just being a dick to deal with. How did I do this before? I mean, yeah, it was a slightly smaller bed, but hold on. Hold on. I need to cut the piece first. Over here, there are some scissors I can use. I use glass beds. You know how long it's been since I've needed to tape a bed? Glass beds are awesome, by the way. I'm bad at this now. You know what? It's on a raft. Just go with it. Just go with whatever happens. I've put the print on a raft anyway. Alright, where's like a credit card or something? Oh man. Because I don't tape anymore. I don't have all the tools. I could just use the edge of this. It's a ruler. I usually had like a demo credit card. Jeez, I did not put this on flat at all. So it was like a fake credit card, you know, with the fake name on it, and I was using that to really smooth out my tape. That was years ago, though. But all my beds have a particular coating now. I guess the Ender has that weird textured coating. God, what is this stuff called? I think it is just Teflon. I think the one bed is like a Teflon coating. And then this one's glass. Favorite is glass. Glass best. So I guess we just go ahead and try this. Let's go ahead and hook the pie up to the printer. All right. That is ready to go. Well enough. So over here, we have the print setup going. Have I uploaded the file is the thing. Frame parts. I don't think I have. So here. Yeah, okay. Excuse me? Oh, I put the G code PETG inside the G code PLA folder. Whoops. Where's the folder? Wait. It didn't bring the folder in. Okie dokie. Fine, whatever. Create folder. I need to know for sure that this is, so I don't accidentally print it out of PLA. And we'll just copy the file back in there again. All right. Let's print that. I should have just put it in the file name, but I figured a folder would be fine. Let's verify this is actually in the center of the bed so that I know it's printing on the tape. Yes, it's printing on the tape. 47-minute print. This is the Y tensioner is what it's going to be on the printer. I chose this part because it was the smallest out of the remaining parts. So we have, well, this too. There's this. Let's reopen that. Because I can, if I open it again, it should open with these same settings. Y belt block and Y motor mount is what we want. And Y motor mount. It's in PETG, perfect. I didn't have space gray, so I just chose gray. Yeah, we're not printing in silver. We're printing in space gray. Yeah, see, even this one's longer. It feels like it's a smaller part, but it's longer. So it will look like that on the print bed. Oop, that's code. That's code. And this part's interesting because it really would make more sense to rotate it this way for printing purposes. But I'm wondering if there's like a stress issue. Yeah, that just makes more sense. These probably don't need to be on rafts. This one I wanted to put on a raft to be sure, though. Some weirdness going on there, but it should be able to compensate for that, I'm sure. Okay. Exciting. Let's see what happens. PETG print on my glass bed. Yucky. We're close to having all the frame parts. These are the last 3 frame parts that need to get printed before we start the frame build. It's gonna be cool. Let me check out the thing, see where we are temperature wise. Oh yeah, the bed's got to get up kind of high. I forgot about that. The bed's got to get up to like 80, I think is what it's going to get to for this, which is hot. It's a hot bed. I could have reduced that temperature because I'm printing on tape. Everything sticks to tape. It didn't need to be 80. Huh. Oh, whatever. It's a short print. I'm probably going to reduce the temperature on the other ones, though. I was printing directly onto like aluminum or glass, I would I'd leave the temperature up there. But with me printing on tape, I'm not worried about it. Wondering if I should warm the room up a little bit. It's a little cool in here. I was enjoying it being nice and cool in here, but might be a little less stress on the printer if I let the room warm up a bit, because still not rocking any enclosures for any of my printers. Did that camera drift a bit? I feel like that camera angle changed. Hold on. If I could see it would probably be better. How about that? That's good enough. Good enough. Oh. Probably just crop the top of that off too. We're more looking at the bed, although it's the bottom of the reel there. Oh, whatever. It's the bottom of a reel. Who cares? Where are we at? The bed is at 63.4.5. It's going to be a minute. I'm actually going to have a moment here where the two lines are going to cross because the tool head, or the hot end, is cooling down while the bed is heating up. Gonna make a cool X. So yeah, safe to print, kind of a midpoint between ABS and PLA. It's non-toxic to print, no like toxic fumes, but higher temperatures required. I don't know if every printer I have could do this, but I know 3 of my printers can do this. Yeah. No, I use the other one for TPU. It could do this. It's the bed I'm worried about. The tool, absolutely. I could get the hot end up to temperature, not a problem. It's the bed. But even then, if I print on tape, the bed doesn't matter. Yeah, all my print. I could print this with any of my printers. Yeah. If I'm willing to use tape, I can print PLA on, or PETG on anything if this works. If tape is as good with PETG as it is with other printing stuff. I used to swear by tape before I got into glass beds, and I mean some other PEI. That's what it is. It's PEI. Is that bed surface? Once I found glass and PEI, I was like, oh, I'm going to use this instead of tape. This is a lot nicer, a lot easier. But yeah, I'm way too nervous about wrecking my bed with PETG. The other ones, the PEI or like the Ender's surface, I guess I'd have to look that up before I was like for sure. The be annoying if it doesn't print well on PEI, because the 2 printers I have with PEI beds are like they're stuck right to the bed, so I'd actually have to like peel it off. Though I could put tape over the PEI. It's just another layer is the only issue. Oh well, it wouldn't be a problem. Tape fixes everything. There's our cool X, by the way. Told you it was going to happen. That is a really cool X. It's a short but wide X. And I think that's the way I like my X's. A little bit of meat on them. All right, bed's hot enough. Tool, go, go, go. Yeah, for sure I'm turning down the bed temperature for the other prints. There's no need. With tape, there's no need for... This is excessive. I could cook on that bed. Anybody want some eggs? I could make you eggs on my printer. It's excessive. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Hot enough. Start with the tool head. $78.5. Cool thing is it's consistent at least. It's not slowing down. Like I have another printer that seems to struggle with the bed temperatures, like I was mentioning a second ago. And yeah, you can really see the heater like really slow. This one's slowing down because I think it's approaching the temperature and it knows it's keeping a nice curve, whereas the other one just it doesn't even approach. It smooths off. But now our head is heating up, which means our print should be starting in not too long. Let's go to the cameras. Nice. I'd like to say I'm going to keep the new printer like nice and shiny. But I mean, realistically, look at all my other printers. They get beat to shit really quickly. And this new printer, we're going to try and run it at speeds that are just mind-boggling. So it's going to probably beat itself up. I'm going to keep it looking good as long as I can. But it's going to beat the crap out of itself. Oh. This filament does look cool, though. Hey, and at least putting down that tape will probably help the camera focus a lot more. Camera does not like the reflectiveness of my bed. I can't imagine the people who use mirrors to print on and trying to like do time lapses and stuff and lighting that. That must be tough. Let's go, printer. Let's go. Oh, I didn't re-level anything. Whatever. My previous levelings are probably good enough. We might run a little close to this tape as a result, but whatever. Pretty. All right, there's our first layer. Raft layers are fast. I like raft layers. Well, it's a good thing we're doing a raft. A little bit of green filament extruded during that. I wonder where that's probably got caught up in my. Oh, I should have. No, well, I would have. Probably got stuck in the hot end somehow. A little bit extra green gooped up in there. I don't exactly have the smoothest heat tube right now, so I imagine things could get in there. Or a heat break. But by the time it finishes printing the raft, it should all be out and dealt with. We probably should have extruded a little bit more. Exciting. We're gonna have food soon. I might need to find a mod at some point to keep a quick eye on my stream. While I go put groceries away. I guess if Wolf's not around, I can reinstate someone else. Maybe Barnes here. Barton still has mod in this channel. Let's unmute myself because I've been muted in Discord this whole time. Not that it matters. I'm in a channel alone. It's kind of a little early for this community. Whole PETG situation, if I had any anxiety about it, I don't think it was necessary. Looks like the whole situation is pretty solid. Nothing to worry about. Hooray! I hummed and hawed over what I was going to do for these parts. Because I knew I didn't want them made out of PLA. It's a little too brittle, a little too temperature sensitive. But I thought nylon wasn't really going to be a good option, and I wasn't excited about printing ABS. So I think PETG is going to be my my go-to for a lot of stuff. Or I don't quite need ABS. My printers are beat up enough. If I start printing ABS, they're going to be disgusting. Covered in a mix of ABS and acetone. I'm a little annoyed with the PVA on the bed. ABS goop would be yuck. But yeah, I'd definitely be removing my glass bed a lot more often if I was printing an ABS. Anytime I wanted to switch to any other material, I'd have to pop it off and like clean it with acetone. Probably clean it with acetone, allow it to fully dry, and then clean it again with alcohol. No, thank you, ABS. This is why I haven't got into SLA printing, which is like the resin printing, where it dips it into the vat and it comes out. There are actually some good priced SLA printers out there that have some pretty good quality. For a couple reasons, I haven't really gone into them. One, I'm not really a model maker. Those are really good for people if you want to make like wargaming miniatures or just like really detailed statues and stuff. I screw around with some of that stuff, but that's not the primary reason I have 3D printers. It's I make parts, I make things, functional stuff, which you can do with an SLA in some cases, but generally SLAs are smaller or you're paying a lot for them. They're a bit messier. There's a bit more to like processing them. You know, you gotta like rinse and set them, and like after they finish printing, I think it's like an alcohol bath you gotta give them, and then you put them in like a curing thing to help further like finalize all the curing, and then you I think you give it one more bath when you're done. So I mean, more steps, more goop. I've been avoiding the goop, but I might have to embrace the goop at some point. Those printers are really cool, and they can make some really neat stuff. Material-wise, I feel like you're a lot more restricted. For some reason, there seems to be a lot more thermoplastics than UV resins out there, which I guess makes sense. Or maybe just less have been adapted for this purpose. I don't know. But yeah, there have definitely been a couple cases where an SLA printer might have done a better job for my purposes. I've made it work. I've managed to be able to turn my printers into ridiculous detail machines by putting a 0.2 millimeter nozzle and printing at a 50 micron layer height. It looks actually really, really good. So, I mean, I can make it work. But one day I might want to get an SLA printer. They are pretty neat. We are 13% of the way through the print already, and we've basically just finished the wrap.
Dave says sounds expensive.
And that's LA. No, they're actually, some of them are pretty cheap now. I mean, sure. I mean, yeah. So it's the printer plus the resin, plus the alcohol, plus the wash station and the curing station. But certain things you can like, you don't need the curing station. Just leave your prints outside in the sun for a little bit. You know. I think that might be my food. No, that's my wife. Got here say cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Let's see what an SLA sells for from like was it like Elgu has some cheaper ones for well not cheaper ones but like you know hobby ones. You know what? Let's just look on Amazon. So these prices are going to be a little higher than what some of you Americans might expect because it's in Canadian dollars, but
The ratio is always usually off by a touch.
well, yeah, because our dollar isn't worth as much. It's a conversion.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyway, what's up?
Not much. Just printing.
Yeah, I see the works in the magicalness.
What is happening? I'm going low to high so I can find the cheapest 3D SLA 3D printer on Amazon. I just have to get through all of.
The 7 says what is it?
It is the Y tensioner. The Y-axis tensioner. Here we go. Oh, that's a curing box. Oh, the any cubic photon. Oh, that's the photo curing assembly again. All right, well, that's wash station. That's my fucking Delta. That is a raft. Okay, this one's a 3D printer. Oh, and so is that one. So about $240, and I bet you could find cheaper ones if you looked at the right place. And that's the printer. I have this printer. Yeah, I have this printer right here. This is one I have. I don't know why it's showing up when I was searching SLA printers. That's not an SLA printer at all. That is a FDM printer. It might be a Delta, but it's still a FDM printer. So, weird. But I have that printer. It's really cute and stupid. It's annoying. It's supposed to be like a use out of the box printer, and it is the furthest thing from a use out of the box printer. There's like a 200-page document that you can get if you join a Facebook group online that will teach you how to set this printer up after getting it out of the box, because it is from the factory so borked that it's not going to print anything except for like maybe the example on the disc, but even that will probably fail. Fucking the Monoprice Mini Delta. Oh my god. I got one only because...
Says, by the way, my mouse surgery was a success.
Nice. I got one only because I got it ridiculously like reduced in price, and I knew going into it that it was going to basically need me to revamp the entire thing. So basically what I bought was a kit, because I had to rebuild the whole thing anyway. But it was good. I like that printer. So the mouse is working well. Do you got any pictures of it?
The Wolf of the 7 says no fix. It's pretty dusty in one way.
There we go. I don't know how the fuck I did that, but I broke the microphone for a second.
The Ender is going for $300 here. What is that? The Ender 3.
I was wondering if it was going to fill the inside of the pillars on there.
The Ender 3 Pro is $330. There's no way that printer's 300. Maybe. That's what I have. Is an Ender 3 Pro. Sorry, that's one of the printers I have. Is the Ender 3 Pro.
You have like 4 now, don't you?
Yeah.
Damn, I can't believe I had that right. Soon to be 5 once the big one comes into play.
But I couldn't find any glue, so it's just being held in by the outer wheel and the encoder.
Huh. No glue, eh? I usually keep some super glue kicking around. And sadly, David, no. I won't have 5. Not yet, at least. I'm going to be,
Seems to be doing thin so far.
At least, yeah, it holds together. I mean, then you're good. What's the problem with them separating? Are they just, one might slip so it doesn't encode? So, like, if it slips, then the encoder isn't reading them. So just friction, basically, is doing good enough, eh? Is that what's happening? And David, yeah, I'm ripping apart a printer to do this. So I'm going from 4 to 4. As much as I've put a bunch of money into this, I'm also sacrificing one of the printers. The one you can see in the bottom camera, you can see it off the left or right there. There's another printer. You can see the X-axis guide rods and a whole bunch of stuff just piled all around it. That's my original A8 over there. It's dwarfed by its bigger brother, the A8 Plus. But yeah. That's my first 3D printer ever. And we're gonna tear it the fuck apart.
Resurrection! Or, no.
Oh, it's not dead yet, but it's on its
More like
way.
recycling.
The frame is, yeah, we're gonna do a recycle job on it. An upcycle, let's say that.
Yeah.
We're gonna take
Great.
We're gonna take all the good parts that we can use from it for now.
Turn it into RoboCop.
Yeah, throw it in the other one. Eventually, I'm gonna replace a lot of those parts. Like eventually, I want to get new electronics, and yeah, have it run on 24 volt, and run maybe a better board. But for now, I'm just stealing the board from the old printer. Old power supply, old board. Eventually, too, it might be nice to, you know, get rid of the rods and linear bearings and replace those with linear rails. But, you know, that's kind of crazy. So I don't know if we'll ever get to that point. And it also might be nice to put ball lead screws on all of the axes, or at least the X and Y axis. But that would be ridiculously expensive, but would also be very cool. So this upgrade process could literally just infinitely just keep going and going and going. You always think of a couple more things to upgrade. But yeah, if this thing was on ball screws and linear rails, plus all the other modifications I plan on doing to it, it would be a redonkulous printer. And solid, like, almost unbreakable. And if we keep moving forward with it and keep iterating on it and iterating on it, I may eventually just have somebody weld me a case together out of, like, tube steel, so that the thing is, like, solid as solid could ever be, you know? be heavy, but that's also good because I'm either going to have to tie this printer down or buy a weighted base for it. The one I'm building. Because, like I say, I've said this a few times now. If I print with that printer and just leave it alone, it will walk away.
Oh, shit.
It'll run away, and I will never see it again.
I'll be right back. Mower died.
Yeah. Mower died? Interesting. This thing's gonna just want to vibrate through the wall, friggin' Flash style. So I'm gonna have to tie it down. Or weight it down. It's like a $4 paver block that I could buy. It's called a penny saver.
Says, was it windy where you are yesterday?
Oh yeah, we had like windstorm warnings and everything. It's a windy boy. But yeah. This project is already ridiculously expensive. Yeah, $3.48 for a paver stone to put it on, and I'm like looking at that like, oh, I don't know. Only because I've already spent hundreds on this. Not only have I spent hundreds on this, Killshot spent $100 on this. Barn threw a few bucks into this. And then yeah. When I say I threw a bunch of money, patrons and subs, thank you very much for supporting this project. You threw in a bunch of that money too. Some of that money was mine. Most of that money was mine via your generosity. Thank you. Oh, gee. I cannot keep looking at the budget sheet. It's scary. We've actually spent $304.81 so far in just stuff. And then add on top of that the $48 in printing. Yeah. Like $350. And all we bought is a case, okay, a couple extra parts. But basically all we bought is a case for a 3D printer or a shell frame.
Says, knocked a bunch of sticks off the trees and found some corrugated plastic in my yard.
Hey, free corrugated plastic. Gotta like the wind.
The Wolf of the Seven says, I think it was from a neighbor. The Wolf of the Seven says neighbor.
Likely. It probably didn't form in the atmosphere.
The Wolf of the Seven says it was in pieces.
Oh no. Boo! What's it made out of though? Because after I finish building this dummy expensive printer, I have a plan to start a dummy expensive recycling project. We could grind it up and turn it into filament. Why are all my things dummy expensive?
The Wolf of the Seven says you're ripped plastic.
For her pleasure. I don't want to be sponsored. I've been looking at
Raid
it.
Shadow Legends?
Yeah. I've been looking at like sponsorship options, And the best one I can think of right now is like Linode, because they're actually a service that we would use and could accurately like be like, this is how we use it, and this is how we feel about it. Up until the point where we don't like
The
them.
Wolf of the Seven has saw a few temporary billboard signs knocked over too.
Because I certainly don't want to do a fucking Raid Shadow Legend. Like, I don't play Raid. I don't want to play Raid Shadow Legends. I'm pretty sure everybody knows I don't want to play Raid Shadow Legends.
No, I don't think there's much of the community that does either.
Yeah, like,
It's not a
it
bad
would be,
game. It's just not our game.
it'd be a horrible. I mean, I don't mind if anybody, like, I'm not against anyone playing it or whatever. Just I'm not into it. I'm one of these guys where if I'm gonna have a sponsor, you gotta know, like, it's gonna be something that I truly believe in, you know?
Like NordVPN.
Or Mac Weldon. No, but like,
I don't know what that is.
what I thought about was, well, I'm not, they didn't pay me, so I'm not telling you what they are. What I thought about was, fucking, there's a game store downtown here. I was wondering maybe I could approach them about, like, even just like a passive sort of promotional deal where I can, you know, go in there and borrow their old consoles and stuff and borrow their old cartridges and stuff. Even just something like that would be cool from them. Money'd be neat too, but just to be able to go to the game store and feature some cool hardware that they have without having to spend a ton of money on it, you know. I could maybe get sponsored by like a 3D printing company, although I don't know if they're going to jive with my style. Like a filament company or something like that. And realistically, I don't think eSun is going to sponsor me, and as much as I don't want it to be, eSun is like the majority of the filament I use. It's nice stuff. Sometimes I'll get like a cheaper brand, and it seems okay mostly, but you know, it goes brittle fast. And yeah, I like eSun. eSun, good brand. Fuck, they aren't paying me either yet. Just advertising a bunch of stuff I like for free. This is why nobody's gonna pay me to sponsor anything. I'm just gonna do it for free.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Sometimes.
Zed Hop was on. That's fine. Oh yeah, that might not be Zed Hop. That might have been the time lapse moving the head to a funny position. I was looking for
Gotta get a new
maker
ignition.
spaces. Yeah. I was looking for maker spaces in my area, and there's like not a lot. There's one in my town, but when I looked up what they had available as far as maker services, it's a 3D printer. They have a 3D printer. That's not the only thing they have, but everything else they have, I almost don't want to mention. It's Lego. They have Lego. They have Lego and a 3D printer. Oof.
That's about accurate.
I was looking for like easy access to a belt sander because my garage is kind of fucked up right now. I don't have a belt sander. Even if I got a belt sander, I wouldn't have a place to put it.
Build one.
I was thinking about just, building up
I've seen a
one.
lot of videos of people making home built belt sanders and shit for like small shit, like for your 3D prints like this, you could round them off,
Yeah.
line them up with it.
Yeah. And I'm gonna have to go to Toronto, I think, to get like a real maker space. And then like it kind of defeats the purpose of having like a place nearby where I can go to do like quick stuff, like grab all my parts and just chuck them on the belt sander real quick. But thinking what David said is a way to go. I'm probably just gonna, I've seen some videos and seen some designs. I'm probably just gonna make a bunch of stuff where I can just plug my drill into it and just fucking power it with my drill. Like I've seen the plastic shredder I'm looking at. because I don't want to spend like $5,000 on the one from Precious Plastic. Well, I do want the one from Precious Plastic, um, but it's like 500 or $5,000 to like make it. You know, you can order it from them for a bunch extra, but like just parts wise, like it's expensive. I don't know, I have $5,000 to put into my plastic recycling efforts. So my thoughts, I try to get the cheaper one built, and then just hook up like a power drill to it to power it. You know,
Oh, yeah.
save me a few bucks in buying hefty electric engines.
I need to go to a makerspace. That's something I don't even think I've got one near me. Wow, my state sucks.
There
Not
is,
creative worth a damn.
through the whole Precious Plastics network, I managed to find a machine shop near me that could build me one, but it's still going to cost like $5,000. But otherwise, yeah, that's the only thing that's near me is a machine shop. None of the other like resources that they have. Like, I'm lucky at least in that they like don't open a plastic facility near here if there's a bunch, right? Well, there's none near me, so I'm good to open a plastic facility. I just
Well,
want
if things go right, I'll be getting this circuit board job. I might be able to get you a deal on board for certain projects.
nice. That's another company I was looking at possibly checking out sponsorships. Is a well, it's PCB way. Fuck it. I was looking at maybe talking to them about a sponsorship. But yeah, I haven't used PCB way yet, so I guess I need a project where I open up UgleCAD and make some PCBs and ship them off to PCB way to make them for me, and then maybe I can get them as a sponsor. Current project has me making 0 PCBs though. The next project is the plastic recycling if we want to, which I can't think of anywhere where I might need a custom. Everything's going to be super solid state components. There's going to be a PCB controller, but like I'm not going to have any breakouts that I need to make myself. Like, all the components are going to be like big chonky things. They're not going to be things I can put on a PCB anyway.
I'm going to go on a wild guess and assume that the print has hit about 68%.
73.
Damn it.
Close. You're only what, 5 off?
I'm getting good at that, though.
One of these days I'm going to screw you up by just having the print be ridiculously tall on one edge. Like, this is the part, except there's like a tower, like a like 10 centimeter tower just coming off the top of it. Now this is
Or like you have it like a completely separate side piece that prints next to it on the same print file.
that wrecks my time lapses. I actually have a time lapse where I did a sequential print like that, where it would print one object then the next object. The time lapse didn't really know how to deal with that, so it did a time lapse of the first object into the sequence, and then the final frame of the time lapse is all of the objects in the sequence completed. It's pretty funny. So basically you see one object print, and then 4 more objects appear out of nowhere, and then the time lapse is over. It's pretty fun. Pretty funny.
Does it like sync up with the printer or something, or just the way it decided to?
Yeah, because it was trying to do a fancy time lapse, which as it goes up a certain amount of layers, it puts the head in a very particular position, so that on the time lapse, it kind of just looks like the head is waving over top of the print, and the print is just generating below it. It's a waste of time because I have a bunch of movement in the print that doesn't need to be there because it's positioning the head to a cool looking position, right? Like, it's unnecessary.
I got it all flashy.
But I'm making content out of this. It's not just streams, guys. I have a TikTok now because Killshot said that would be a good idea. So I trusted him. And I also have my YouTube that I'm posting stuff on. And everything goes up a little early on Patreon.
I mainly only use TikTok for the memes.
I'm trying to keep things pretty short and sweet for the TikTok. In fact, I'm putting the same content.
You have a Chinese spy program on your phone?
I do. I have a couple, actually. I got Discord on there as well. I'm posting the same stuff to YouTube and Discord or into TikTok, but I'm formatting the TikTok slightly differently.
TikTok's how I found out my coaster's waterproof.
Okay. My groceries are on the way. Does any of my groceries actually need to be refrigerated? It was some drinks, some soups. No, I'm good. I don't have to rush for my groceries. I can go grab them and just pull them inside the door, and I don't need to put them all away. But I just got a text that they're on their way.
Yeah, I'm kind of pissed I missed Phasmo last night. I could have done it in VR.
Barn was playing in VR for a chunk of it.
He's got a Vive though, don't he?
Yeah. Barn and I are rocking Vives. Killshot is already looking into getting a new VR headset. He's not happy enough with his fucking Valve Index. The guy goes through VR headsets like I go through cups of coffee.
I mean, he could, share a couple bucks.
Right? Well, he has. He's very helpful. He's contributed the most singular donation, whatever you call it, to the super printer. I mean, it was kind of his idea, and I did make a TikTok for him, so makes sense, I guess. But yeah, no, he's pretty. He's also instrumental in like covering a lot of the cost and getting that PC to Sammy, right? Like,
I didn't know we were getting a PC to Sammy.
Yeah.
I miss a lot though because I sleep a lot. When I come in there, I end up fucking sleep.
Killshot built Sammy a computer and shipped it to her.
Oh.
I shipped some little plastic legs, and I think kicked in a few bucks. I don't actually remember. I think I kicked in a few bucks. I don't want to claim I gave somebody something when I didn't, but I also did plastic legs. Printed them out so that she could throw it on her floor and put it up on a little plastic step.
Right. I don't know. I'm debating if I want to upgrade this one or just get a whole new one.
What's your video card?
It's 760, so it's dated, but it powers through a fucking lot still.
Yeah. I took the cheap, expensive method when I did it. I upgraded, but I upgraded a lot. But I was able to keep my video card. I was able to keep my power supply and my case. All that was able to stay, but I had to basically, because I needed a new motherboard, I needed a new processor, and I needed a new RAM. Or like, I guess I could have got a motherboard that worked with my processor and kept that processor, but it was a i7 2700K, which means it's a second generation i7. Pretty old.
I got you beat by i5.
Yeah, but i5 what? What's the numbers after it? Because an i5, like anything, if it's like the 5000s or above, your i5 is probably better than my i7.
Nah, I gotta boot it up so I can remember what it is.
Second generation i7 versus like fifth generation i5. They're starting to get comparable. I don't know the actual like numbers, but yeah, somewhere in there, absolutely the i5 starts outpacing that old ass i7 for sure.
I figured the i5 was older though.
No, there's new i5s today. There's i3s. I don't know there should be i4s, but I've never heard of one. i5s and i7s.
I just hey i4 sounds.
Oh no, wait, because it's
very
the
alien.
cores, right? Because it's like an i7 has the 0 through 7 cores, so 8 cores. Is that what it is? I don't know. Fucking naming conventions.
The Wolf of the 7 says i5 is the model name.
Yeah, it's just the model name. I know
but
they're all odd numbers, right? Like there's no i4, there's no i6. Why are they all odd numbers? There's an i3 for sure. There's an i3.
Yeah, triple core. I've heard very rarely, but I remember they used to make those.
Most i3s I've seen are mobile chips, but like for not like mobile, but like laptop chips.
Right. And desktop boots so fast, and I don't understand why it's so much faster than my brand new laptop. i5 3000 series.
Okay, so it's pretty old too. Yeah.
3.10 or 3.1 gigahertz.
Yeah, it's pretty old, but it still works. If you were thinking about upgrading it, yeah, you're looking at a pretty hefty up. I'd go with an upgrade though. If your case is in good enough shape, like, and your other crap works, you're probably looking just upgrade. You know.
The only thing wrong with the case is maybe the fans. Other than that, it's pretty decent.
Save yourself a few bucks. Your power supply is probably fine. You can probably limp your video card along. Don't buy a video card yet. They're starting to come down, but don't do it yet.
Like trying to buy video cards, like trying to invest in certain stocks.
Right.
Where everything's just jumped up because everybody's got to get there first.
They're coming back down. Would have been fun to have you around for Phasma last night. I don't know if you would have been, if you wouldn't be able to really get in though, because it's done. Because that old VR situation. All right. That needs to cool down.
I doubt I even have the play area to do it in VR.
Right, I think there's seated mode, which is what I would have had to have played, because here in the studio I don't have the room to VR. Not like
I just live in a small box.
And honestly, there's nowhere in the house right now that's super appropriate either.
The time playing VR seems to be getting VR to work.
Yeah, if you're Barnaby or David. I bet I could be in VR in just a few minutes. Oh shit!
I could be in better VR if I could bypass the.
Oh no! No,
proprietary Oculus.
I pressed a button and I launched VR. No, leave. Leave.
The 7 says will you be on the floor?
In VR?
Close. Close. Exit. Alright. I didn't even have to press a button on my computer. I just had to press a button on one of my remotes, and it launched me into VR. So I'm pretty quick to get set up. The only thing I would need to do is plug this lighthouse in, because I unplugged it to plug something else in, and then I'm ready to VR. Might want to throw some charge on my remotes here, but meh. They have enough that I could play if I was just taking a look at something. It's in my head.
I don't understand why the internet has all of a sudden started shitting its pants.
how the internet do. Inadvertently
The roll
launches
of the 7
VR.
says print complete. Enter when ready.
We're letting that bed cool down. There we go. In fact, I'm going to go open the door. Let some of the cool outside air in.
The roll of the 7 says what's the white on the bed?
Tape. It is tape. Because I didn't want to, print PL or PETG directly onto my glass bed. So that just protects it. Where's my extension? Huh. Okay, my USB extension is missing. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
So if this comes off the tape and I don't need to retape it, I will not retape it. If I have to retape it, I'll retape it. It is actually quite chilly today. Holy crow. Open that door, it immediately dropped by like 10 degrees in here. It's crazy.
I told the
Maybe
shit
like
this
5.
morning, and then once I got outside, it's still a little chilly, but you hit that sunlight, and it is fucking awesome.
It's gotta be like, what, 16 degrees out there. Can't be any more than that, or not even. Not even 16 degrees out there. It's chilly, chilly. I actually think I saw a little bit of snow floating through the air last night. Not that it was snowing, but like it was cold enough that a little bit of like moisture had come out of the air and frozen.
At Ross the other day. Like, it was just 72, 75, almost 80, and then the night went down to like 28 or some shit, and it frosted, and I was like, what the fuck? This is why everybody's sick.
You got to put your
Ain't
garbage
no
out?
Rona.
I still don't know when my garbage day is. I should look it up. Because of Good Friday, it changed.
Oh yeah, Good Friday was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Meh.
Almost said Black Friday's coming up, but that's not till Thanksgiving time.
Yeah. That's a more of a Christmas thing.
Yeah.
The Wolf of the 7 says it was delayed a day this week and probably next week too.
Alright. We're gonna let this cool for a moment. I'm gonna go see if my groceries are on the front porch, because they said they were on their way a while ago, and that grocery store is really, really close to my house, so I'd probably be one of the earlier deliveries. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna go look. I'll be back.
I had War Thunder VR. I was decently disappointed.
Maybe a few close people ordered groceries. I guess. All right.
Possibility.
Let's see if this comes off the board bed with any ease.
Yeah, I tried to play more Thunder VR, and yeah, it's just visual. There's no controls in VR, at
Ah,
least for Quest.
here's our part. Looks pretty good. Have to clean it up a bit. Hopefully it comes apart easy. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's good.
That came right off.
Now, the side cutters. Let's see if the bottom area comes off. Oh yeah, that looks good. Ooh. I love support interfaces. Uh-huh. I'm gonna say it for my actual first like PETG part. This is pretty good. I'm gonna have it clear here in a second. I think my groceries just showed up. Ding me. Will arrive shortly. Your order is on its way. Oh, you're just supposed to leave it there. Don't worry. Don't you worry. It's like, wear a mask. It's like, dude, I'm not even meeting the guy. I do not need to wear a mask because that dude is not going to be there while I'm there. I've paid for this. This is contactless. All right. Just a little bit more to get out. Or I can get rid of all of this board, I think. There's some in the little hole here for the drill hole. I might want to drill the hole out later anyways to get the dimensions perfect, but
I don't understand what's going on. My internet's like jumping on and off because every once in a while, I look over and it reconnects the chat several times.
Raccoons in your area wants to know when your groceries are being delivered.
right. All right. So there it is. You can see the bit on the inside there. There's like a hex part in there. It's focus. It's hard to see because it's down in the back. Yeah. So a nut fits into there, and then the little wheel will go at the end here. Oh, these haven't been punched out yet, but and that'll be the roller, and then I can tighten or loosen the nut to tension the roller by making it move back and forth. That, like thrusting, like yeah, you can't look away. All right, so we need two more parts of this. We will absolutely be plugging it in. Left my order at the door. All right, my order's at the door. So next thing we're going to do is this little guy, which is what we plug it into. Here we go. But right now, I'm going to go get my groceries off the front porch. So I will be back again. Keep an eye on things.
I can't promise, but yeah. I've iterated it before. I was left unsupervised.
The Wolf of the Seven says David's an unsupervised minor.
Oh, anybody heard of Business Among Us? There's a place where business is among us. Ankle staple.
The Wolf of the Seven says Star Citizen 3.17 maybe next week.
See, there it goes again. It just fucking disconnected and reconnected back to the chat. I don't understand that.
I'm back.
Why?
Guess who showed up?
Groceries?
Well, yes. Yes. But while I was grabbing my groceries, a package showed up. I shouldn't show that. That's got my address on it. It's screws! I got screws!
Uh-huh.
Like, I can't show any of the
Hillship says
parcels.
I showed up.
Gildra! Hey guys, look!
We're sailors on the moon. We carry a harpoon, but there ain't no whales, so we tell tall tales and sing our whaling tune.
Look, are we playing Phasmophobia? It's YYZ. I had to fold it because the rest of address there. Also, they gave me a thank you card. Screw home.
I think Matt missed the donation.
Oh shit! There was a donation. I absolutely did. Where? Killshot showed up. Let me take a look. I can look back on the system.
Beat the system, man.
Be the system. Thank you for the donation. Stream, show up, stream labs. That's the good one. I always get them confused. Not Steam. Yeah, Streamlabs is the bad one. Wait, which one's which? Yes. Stream Elements, the one I'm using. Good, got it. Go to my dashboard.
Killshot says, I love that thing allows any name to be put in.
Thank you, Killshot. Appreciate the extra few bucks. It's definitely going to help. Did you see the new silver filament? Here, check it out. I mean,
Pretty.
you can see it on the thing, but check out the silver filament. Or sorry, space gray. Space gray.
From my drop down.
Space gray. It
Good
looks
thing, right?
good. All right, next one.
Killshot says autofill.
Autofill, nice. Not Bayo was what it came through as.
Nice.
Oh, it looks so much better than that rainbow vomit we've been printing everything else out of. So the y-axis is going to look nice. Just the y-axis. Okay. I need to octoprint. Let's see. Oh, that's the wrong one. So next one is this pretty little boy. It's going to be a little annoying with that. And that seems really thin right there.
Killshot says it's supposed to be bow question mark.
Bow.
Valid.
Bow. Yeah. Oh yeah, there was the whale tuber, yeah. Wait, hold on. What's bow? I don't think it showed me the Oh yeah, I just stopped not bow whale tuber. I saw because when I saw it, I thought it was over when I saw the emoji, but no, there's a whale and then it says whale tuber. That's true. Oh hey, you know what we can do? Pang! We can refire it. Thank you, not bow whale tuber, for the $20. I got to drink while I was inside too. It's really nice. All right, now to work. We're getting work done. I'm thinking, why don't we turn? Why am I printing it like this? Does it need to be printed like this? Is there? I guess the problem is if I turn it up on its side, the weak point is going to be there, which is a bad place to have weak points. Like our layer lines here, it would probably snap like on there. Yeah, no, I think it'll be best printed like that. As much as here and here I'm worried about it shearing on the layer lines, this center bit I'm not as worried about it shearing on the layer line. That goofiness, I could tell it not to build support there using like a prim, but whatever, it's fine. This is fine. Let's put it in the PETG G code, save that, go to here.
Says you should find raising that.
Bridging the gap.
Yeah, probably.
So you're running Octoprint on a Raspberry Pi?
Yeah.
Okay. That explains the web page interface.
Yeah, I could probably bridge that. I'm being a little extra nervous about because I'm not used to printing with PETG yet. I don't know how well it bridges, but I mean that's a pretty small hole. It is like 5 millimeters. Well, let's try it without.
The Wolf of the 7 says 5 mm is barely anything.
Yeah, I mean some things I print with bridging is real tough, but sure. Let's try it without support.
The Wolf of the 7 says, is your cooling fan on?
It'll be 40% according to the profile. And that's the default profile. I could probably bump it up a little bit. Maybe just put it up to 50. Not go too crazy with it. And make sure it starts at...
Rookie numbers. You gotta go all the way, man.
Layer 5. I could probably up that a bit. Just because we don't need to turn the fan on until we're like up here. There's 5.
The Wolf of the 7 says 40% is my 100%.
It is on my A8. On my A8 Plus.
Says since it's a 5V fan.
On my Plus, I actually have all 24 volt stuff. So when I'm working with my A8 Plus, the numbers are all real, which is nice. When I'm working with my A8, the numbers are not as real. Because the fan, yeah, it's under voltage.
The Wolf of the 7 says 5V / 12V equals 41%.
All right, that looks okay. Let's do it. 1 hour and 4 minutes. Do we have 3 wall lines? Could look at it settings.
Says, I wonder what would happen if I overloaded it to 12V.
It would probably catch on fire, right? Belt block. Let's overwrite it.
Fan safety's out and just melts inside and then stops working from there.
So we want the block. Let's print it.
Molten fan. Turns his 3D printer into a metal foundry.
I wonder if the super printer will end up doing something like that, because none of the aluminum should be rubbing, but I imagine even just rubbing aluminum, it would wear down, and I don't know if it would liquefy, but it would certainly wear. I'm worried about what this printer is going to do when we run it. I'm excited. Not right now. I mean, the printer that we're building. Is it going to completely melt down? I'm already planning on getting new electronics for it, but am I going to be absolutely required to get those new electronics because the old electronics caught on fire? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. This thing is going to break. It's going to happen. Screw Home Store. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact us. If you don't mind, please take time and leave us a positive comment. Your encouragement will keep us moving forward. We sincerely hope that you have more chances to serve. We'll have more chances to serve you. I can read. Almost. So thank you, Screw Home. You also aren't sponsoring me, but I guess thank you anyway. They provided our bed screws, which I later figured we didn't need to buy these bed screws at all. I could have just cut down existing bed screws that I already have. I have a Dremel and some bunch of metal cutting discs for it. I could have saved a couple bucks by just chopping. Now I have way too many of these screws. Oh well. I also have a tap set, so I can tap holes for them. So I'm gonna just go tap a bunch of holes so I can stick screws in them for no reason. That tap set is so cheap. I am hoping that tap set holds together for long enough to tap the holes that I need to tap. It is so cheap. Alright, these screws go in the parts bin. Oh wow, the parts bin's getting pretty full. It's getting pretty full. Gee, you order one load of groceries off the internet, and it's like 5 emails. Okay, 3 emails. And like 15 text. This part looks really good. I'll punch out those last 2 holes. I might need to drill them at some point too, but for now I think I can just punch them. Oh, maybe I need to drill them. Yeah, I might need a drill. I'm trying here to muscle these out of here, and they are not budging. That's fine. Shouldn't take too much work to drill them out. In fact, I feel like I could just pull this one out the top. Or not. Never. I'm just going to cut out enough material that I have a divot to put my drill bit in there. And it doesn't go wandering around. And that's good enough. I'll drill it out later. Looks good. This other hole looks perfect. I don't even have to do anything with that other hole. Perfect hole. Now that's just going to be way easier for me to drill. I tried poking it again.
Barnacles says.
Ooh.
Barnacles says poking the perfect hole.
I see. Hey. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a drill. I'll be right back.
Stanley says, hey, fuck you. Fuck you.
I'm back with a drill.
Barnacles says, no you.
Oh, it's convenient having the garage be the building I do this in, at least. I don't have to go far to find my stuff.
Enough is enough! I have had it with these monkey-fighting snakes on this
Monday to Friday plane.
All motherfucker. Some fries, motherfucker.
Hard eyes.
Stanley says power drill time.
Power
Stanley
drill
says
time.
fuck. The Wolf of the Seven says dentistry practice. Stanley says how dare you not show us the power drilling.
I don't really have a good camera angle for it. I need a good clamp. But we're about to start head heating anyway, so time to do a print job.
The Wolf of the Seven says just use your knees as a vibe.
Right? I mean, might have to happen. I need to see if I can make a special sort of fill option that will put a divot into these holes, or maybe it was when if I design models, rather than doing holes that I expect to drill, literally just put divots or smaller holes. I just shouldn't have put any infill in this at all, or any support, I should say. That would have made this a lot easier to clean these holes out. All right. This is going the right way. Make sure my drill bit's spinning the right way. Looking good so far. All right. Oh my goodness. The battery died just as it went through. Interesting. Okay. Well, it drilled one hole. Oh no, now it's back. I think the battery's real low. All right. One hole drilled. Oh. It does have a bit of gunk left in it. Hold on. Cool. It's not the greatest hole. Greatest hole there ever was. Yeah, definitely dead battery. Okay, needs charge. This should start printing any second now. This drill has one of those little lights that illuminates your workspace. Just blasted myself with it. It's really bright. Seeing spots. Well, that's annoying.
The Wolf of the Seven says Lorville Hospital, coffee shop vendor, mining gadgets, ship-to-ship refueling, selling items to shops, rivers.
Rivers. Cool. Alright, well at least this other battery's full, but I don't know where the fucking charger is. That's gonna be a problem in the future. Where's the charger? I'm worried. Oh, here goes the print.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says Miss Away and maybe RSI Scorpius.
Nice.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says Boom.
Rivers and that's fun. New ships, but also terrain and stuff.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says I'm guessing Thursday. It's been in public true for a week now.
Wow, that'll be fun. Some new content. Press that hasn't punched through. No, baby girl. Got it.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says weird audio aliasing with that drill there.
Yeah.
Barnapus says dad loud dab.
Is it?
Families and
Suppose I could mute things if need be when I do it. It didn't sound that loud to me, so I didn't think it was gonna be a thing, but yeah. Sorry.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says
Not-
when it's full speed, the PWM does weird things.
Well, that's drilled. I'm not even gonna bother drilling that other hole. It's perfect. The perfect hole is still perfect. The other two holes
Sammy
are
says, I mean it's
good
a
enough.
drill, not a quiet drill.
True. Yeah, I could maybe use this drill to power like a grinder of plastic, but I have a drill that plugs in that is like ridiculously powerful, and I'd probably end up using that one to run all like my plastic grinding machine. Yeah, if anybody missed that,
Sir Wolf of the Seven says it's still a battery-powered drill. Should hear the old man's powered Black and Decker drill.
yeah, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, woof. Plus the noise those things throw out from those brushes on the motors. Oof. But yeah, I'm thinking about making like I want to be able to recycle all this plastic
Sounds better though.
because there's
Sir
waste
Wolf of the Seven says lower pitch.
waste involved with the process. I don't like it. I need to be able to recycle my plastic. It's thermoplastic. It shouldn't be that hard. Honestly, I think the hardest part of it all is going to be grinding up the old plastic, like grinding them into little pieces so they can melt them back down. Like that's the hardest part. Yeah, but it's a lot to it, and maybe I can do it. If I had, $15,000, I could get a professional, well, semi-professional grinder and like extruder pretty easily. But I don't have $15,000. I don't think any of you do either. So we're going to go ahead and we're gonna make do with what we have. I found an old paper shredder. I'm looking at possibly turning that into a plastic grinder. Again, I don't think the motors in there can handle that kind of stress, but if we hook up a hammer drill to it, I think I think I could do it. I might have to still find a way to gear it down, though. Might still be a little expensive. Maybe I can find a gearbox somewhere. Or maybe nylon gears can handle the pressure? Because there's going to be a lot of pressure on those gears. I could make my own gearbox.
The 7 says we have a paper shredder that's also designed to shred CDs.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my paper shredder is like, yeah,
Barnacle
like
says
credit
to be
cards.
able to get a variable speed drill for not too much.
I definitely want one that's got oomph and it runs off of mains. I have variable speed drills. Most of them are battery powered. I want a big old... I think I have one. I don't know if it's variable speed though. But yeah, that basically the gearbox is inside the drill. Or I could just see if I can find an old junk drill driver.
To shred has some prints.
An old junk driver. I can use its gearbox. And just put a more powerful motor on it. But that's my plan. I'm trying to think of like ways to do it without spending. Because after this project, I'm going to be poor. By the time this 3D printer is built. So I'm trying to think of cheaper ways to do it. The filament extruder, I think the 3D printing community has done a pretty good job at like making their own filament extruder, so I'm probably going to just end up using one of those like kit style builds for the filament extruder.
Sir Wolf of the 7 says you could probably print some gears to gear it down.
Yeah, I was wondering, that's what I was saying, if nylon would handle, because PLA gears aren't going to handle that kind of stress, but I can make nylon gears. And they might be able to handle it. I can make my own gearbox, just how much stress can it handle? Well, I do also now have PETG I can work with, so maybe I can make some PETG gears. This stuff seems like it would probably hold up.
Sir Wolf of the 7 says plow should be okay for the higher speed, less torque parts.
So the small gear, we could maybe make out of PLA. Big gear, we're going to want to be nylon for sure. Yeah. I wouldn't want to do like I wouldn't want to complicate it up too much by doing like a planetary or like too many more like stages, because that would like more points of failure, right? It would be really nice if I could just have one set of gears, a small and a big, you know, one ratio. Just it'd be way cooler if we could do like a full gearbox with like shifting gears and everything like that. That'd be really neat, and changing the ratios of gears and stuff. That'd be very cool, but if I make that myself, it's going to break all the time. I need to make one fixed gear ratio that's about the right gear ratio. That's what I need to do. God, so the paper shredder shredding head, the gearbox, and then it's going to be run from a drill. Okay. Yeah. No, I've already got this design in my head. I think I have a pretty solid design. All I got to do is tear apart this paper shredder, figure out where it is that I want to clamp my little chuck onto it to spin it, and I also need to make a base for it. I might be able to cheat and use the original bin, although I'm going to have to steal it from Angela. Yeah, it's Angela's old paper shredder. It broke. It's non-functioning right now.
The Wolf of the Seven, as you could use a side little gear, but might need to use bearing for that.
Yeah, I should be probably using bearings anyways, but even small gear, it's going to be tough to get a bearing that small. Or just nylon and no bearings. Nylon is whatchamacalliting. Just use a blade of nylon gears. I can buy more nylon, and I have a bit left on my roll. A blade of nylon gears. See what wears out first, the teeth or the center? The axle or the teeth? But that is the next project. I'd like to at least get mostly finished on this project before we start moving on to the next one. What's the XY distance? I'm looking at my support settings because I want to remove the support from inside the holes. Where is it? There it is. Well, that looks like it's going well. I'll show you what I'm doing. So I want to get rid of the stuff in the holes. So I'm just going to put the XY distance to like 5. Reslice it, and it should get rid of the support in the what? Never mind. It's originally 0.7. Interesting. Now that's not technically support. Good. Okay. So let's just do it this way. Actually, wait. I should scale it first. No. Say 20? Not that much. That should be good. Right. Enough. All right, now let's see if I can remember how to do this correctly. So if we click on this and we say per model settings, modify settings per overlaps.
The Wolf of the Seven says, guessing you don't want to just print the whole flat on the bed?
You can't. You cannot print the whole flat on the bed.
The Wolf of the Seven says, oh, I see.
didn't work as I expected.
Stanley says
Ah,
at least
there's
you
a
learned
freaking
to
option for it
solve
right there.
This time.
There's an option for don't do support. All right, we want to multiply this by 1. We don't know for sure we've done it on its right side yet. Yeah, that'll work. Because, yeah, I do want some support on that middle hole. But those little holes don't need it. And it'll be more of a hassle. And I have to drill them anyways, but it's easier to drill the empty hole because the drill bit aligns itself easier. You know what I mean? There's like a cap on it. It's just, then the drill bit can kind of wander around. It's like having just a divot, just as a guide. But yeah, this is it. This is the final part of the y-axis. The reason we bought PETG.
Says, have you tried turning it to Lumble?
Not yet. I had it cattywampus for a bit, but it just didn't look right. Alright, well, let's save that.
The Wolf of the Seven says teardrop holes.
Yeah, those actually do work quite well. They probably introduce a little bit of slop into the hole, but they work. Realistically, these holes will probably be fine. I probably might not even, I don't know. I probably won't. Maybe I need to drill them, clean them up a bit, but not much.
Out what slogans are yet?
Not yet. But I've been searching. I've been on a lot of equestrian blogs.
The Wolf of the Seven says small polygons.
Let's take a look at the print job. How far through it are we? David, you want to do another percentage guess? Come on, do it.
The Wolf of the Seven says shiny and chrome.
David's too slow. We're at 20%. I love it. Approximate total print time, 1 hour. Print time left, 2 hours.
The Wolf of the Seven says David is muted.
I know. David, you're muted. I think David knows too. David probably wandered off. I guess while this goes, I can take another quick look around to see if I can find the battery charger for this thing.
The Wolf of the Seven says David might not know. Barnacle says David is always muted.
Okay. Good news, I found the battery charger. Okay, good. Oh no. Oh no! The camera moved. That's gonna be annoying. Alright, we'll worry about the battery charger later. It's kind of wrapped around the tripod. Or it's a mono tripod. It's got 3 feet, but it's a monopod otherwise. It's a mic stand is what it is. So, midway through that time lapse, the camera's going to shift a little bit. It's fine. Just fine. But I found the charger.
Says I want to attach a camera to the bed for time lapses.
No, I did that once, and you'll need to clamp it, like the vibration. How are you gonna keep it from vibrating? Well, if you have time-lapse software, then you could make it so it stops the bed and takes the picture when it stops the bed, which I think mine does, or at least sort of slows it down for the moment where it takes the picture. But one time I put the camera right on the bed, and I had to, like, I iterated a few different designs for the clamp because I could not stabilize the image at all. If you stop the bed for a second and let the camera stop vibrating, then yeah, it would work. But you'd have to introduce something like Octolapse to do it.
To get an endoscope camera.
Interesting. Just severe macro, super close up, eh? Or you literally just want to look up your own butt. I mean, either way, whether it's for your printer or other things or your butt, I think you should get it. I've seen the footage those cameras take. Very crisp. Very, very crisp. Really clear view. They also come with their own light source at the tip. Really illuminated things well. Got a real clear picture. Something I'm perfectly happy never seeing again in my life is the inside of my own ass. You got friggin' gastro issues like me, you get scoped once or twice. Why do they show you that shit? Like when I got my back x-rayed for my fucked up back when that happened. The guy's like, look at this! I was almost vomited, and it was just an x-ray. $50? Nice. That's... Really? Like an actual medical quality endoscope? Clearly that's used, right? I mean, I have no issues with that. I can clean the camera. $50 for an endoscope. Or is it like a sort of endoscope? Like it is the same technology, but it's not made to medical specifications. Okay, yeah, all right. So same technology, but probably not made with Class A electronics like medical technology is. Medical and military electronics go through a whole other level of electronic certification. Generally, Class C is what we see. And medical and military are Class A.
Well, Chris says sup, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Swell? How are things going? How's the stream going? If you like Balloon Tower Defense, check out Chris's stream. Definitely fun. Oh, I honestly, I like to put on stuff like that in the background. Nice, congratulations. Now you're on that sub grind, eh? You're making Daddy Bezos money. Has Daddy Bezos started sending you the messages yet?
Says yes, sir. Well, Chris says who?
The owner of Amazon. The big boy owner, the guy who owns all of it. Jeff Bezos. Ooh. So those are like the ones like the, I guess what, like, what do you call it, plumbers are using? Yeah, that wouldn't be horrible, eh? 2 megapixel, eh? can you pair it to your phone or to your computer? It's saying you can pair it to your phone. I wonder if you can pair it to your computer. One of those would be pretty cool. $38 Canadian. What's the, oh, meters. 5 meters or 10 meters. Oh, that's so cool. How is that so cheap? The camera must be garbage. I mean, 2 megapixels is not great.
Barnacles says Jeffrey. Swelbris says, what are you making, by the way? The last time I watched a stream of yours, it was a space-type game.
Still space, in a sense. This is Space Gray, also known as Silver. And we are printing parts for our 3D printer build. Currently, I'm working on the frame parts. So that's this. So we've been printing all the orange colored parts.
Says cell phone, laptop, camera modules, and Bluetooth modules, I guess.
And the ones we're printing right now, what's on the bed right now is this piece right here. We printed the piece that slots into it, and now we're printing the base piece for it that mounts to the frame. That's the Y tensioner. And then after we finish, we're going to be printing this piece right here, which is the Y motor mount. And the reason, these are the last pieces that we're printing, and the reason they're last is because I had to order filament that was harder, stronger, could handle a little bit more stress, because these parts are under direct tension the entire time. Like, even when the printer's idle, these guys are still under tension.
Family says harder, stronger, faster.
Oh, interesting. Ange just sent me a DM letting me know that I might be repairing somebody else's 3D printer.
Says so you can use a 3D printer to make another 3D printer? Lol.
Absolutely you can. That's basically the whole rep wrap mythos, is basically you get a printer and you can print all the rep wrap parts to get somebody else going. Now this isn't a rep wrap sort of thing. Or is AM8 part of the rep wrap family? Because this is an AM8 design. This might be a rep wrap. My printer is based off of a Prusa i3, which there are rep wrap versions of, or the printer we're going to be using. This printer here is actually based off of Prusa i3 with the rods and the, so. But yeah, the idea is you know, you can 3D print a lot of the parts.
Well, this says I'd love one. How do I get one?
Well,
Barnacle says magic. Barnacle says magic.
Knowing somebody who has one will help you at least get a bunch of the parts, and then you can purchase the rest of the parts. Or honestly, what I recommend personally is if you don't want to spend like $10,000 to get like a true commercial 3D printer, get a kit. Because if you're not buying a commercial 3D printer, you're going to be repairing it and doing work on it, and possibly even modifying it and upgrading it yourself. So if you buy like a $10,000 one, you don't have to worry about that, because you just set it and forget it. It's like, it's good to go. And if it's not good to go, you send it back to the factory, right? And they deal with it. But if you want something that's a couple $100, you're gonna have to do some of your own work. You're gonna have to tweak around a little bit with it.
It would just be for fun, small thing, I believe.
Yeah. And if you're doing that and just having fun with it, and it's more of a learning thing, then just get a kit printer. Just buy a kit online for like $150. It comes with all the parts you need, and then you just assemble it. It's great. Kits are the way to go, I believe. Now that you could probably find somebody selling a kit for rep wraps. You could buy kits from companies like ANET. I don't know if Ender sells any of their printers as a kit. I know Ender sells their printers semi-assembled, so that's kind of like a kit. Although they're mostly assembled. You kind of just put 2 big parts together, and the rest of it's all sort of already together. They might have kit options, but that's my recommendation. Build your printer from a kit. That way You know how it fits together. You know how it works. You built it. Or from scratch. If you want to take the time to, like...
Ilshit says Micro Center has a thing going on for Ender 3 for 100 if you are a new customer.
Okay, that's a good deal. Regardless of the kit situation, that is a good deal. That's a really good deal. If I... Oh, I don't need another Ender 3. But, that's a good deal. That is a good deal. If you want the kit experience and you buy an Ender 3, tear it apart and put it back together again.
Says now he's about to buy one lol.
I have no room. I already have an Ender 3 Pro. I do not need a second one. I don't have room. I don't have room for it. I do not have room for it. That is a deal, though. That is a deal.
Sammy says business expense.
Ooh, it's under extruding.
Ilshit says tax right up.
Showing you. Okay, so it is under extruding. Okay. We've tried changing the filament tube, the nozzle, and a few others. What else could be clogging if it's not the filament tube or the nozzle? It's under extruding. That could take some work to figure out if they've already changed everything over.
Sammy says I have a printer. When many printer do trick?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm just gonna say, yeah, I can take a look at it. All right, let's see if I can get the make and model of this 3D printer.
The Wolf of the Seven says why good one when you can build two
For twice the price. You can actually build two for cheaper. The more 3D printers you build at any one time, the cheaper it will be, just because of the per printer, just because of the way you have to buy the nuts and bolts. It's way cheaper to buy them in bulk. So why buy build one printer, when you can build two printers for the price of 1.95 printers? Or three printers for the price of 1.8 printers? Or, sorry, 2.8 printers.
The Wolf of the Seven says but the second one you can build in private.
Ender 3 Max. Oh. Ender 3 Max. What is the Max?
The Wolf of the Seven says I always think about that line from Contact.
It looks like a giant ass Ender 3. Cool.
Well, Chris says alright. Well, I was just going through my Twitch since I got affiliate to clear it up a bit and wanted to say hi, but I have to work a bit on my channel now, D. Have an amazing day, y'all, D.
See ya. Wow, this is a nice printer. This is like the same dimensions of the A8 Plus. It's 300 by 300 by 340.
Says goodbye, sweetie.
Dual cooling fans. Yay. Silent drivers. That's a nice printer. How are we going to arrange for me to see it? That's the only problem. Nice. It's probably a problem with the voting system. All right. Yeah. Fuck, I don't have a place to put it to work on it. Yeah. Should I just offer for her to bring it by? I guess, and I can just work on it on the floor in the house, whatever. Yeah. I don't have any car right now. Ange is away. She had the car, so. I can't spell. All right. This might show up today. I might have to do this today, but if I do, that means I'll probably make a few extra bucks this weekend than I was planning on making. So that's good, at least. This is a friend, so it'll be like tip money, but whatever.
Barnacle says no money always.
Yeah. I can justify wrapping this into the 3D printing budget too, because it's from 3D printing stuff. Yes, it's me doing what would normally be my job, but for 3D printers, you know?
Barnacle says MMMHMMM.
Um. What do I say?
Barnacle says stop.
Yeah. I just honestly told her the truth. Doing some live streaming, but I can step away for a moment to come pick it up. You know what I mean? We'll see. See what she says. If she's coming soon, I'm going to step away for a minute before she comes so I can clean myself a nice little path out so I can bring it in the house easily. Do the thing where I prop open the front door. We have one more print after this, so we got a while to go. This one is at... God, I've got a lot done during this stream. I got my grocery shopping done, taking jobs, doing research on 3D printing in general, learning things. Looking at this, like this Ender 3 Max, that's a nice 3D printer. It's got a huge bed on it. It's like my, basically it's the ANET A8 Plus, but like
as well Acer's with that efficiency.
Pretty nice. What's Acer's? The bigger Ender 3. That's what it is. It's big Ender 3. It's fucking cool. $269 US. Ah.
Says RS OS.
Yeah.
Family says it's like Logan.
I hit Canada. What does it say? Oh, it doesn't change the price. That's just the ship. Oh, it's available in Canada. Interesting. They have a shipping location here. That makes sense. You can become a distributor for Ender 3 pretty easily. Which makes sense. If you're the Ender company, why not let everybody sell your stuff? Get it out there. Who cares if the company is crap? As long as your hardware is good and they're selling it at the proper price. Yeah. I know they'll let pretty much anyone do it because I could have become, I almost did become a vendor for them. But I didn't open a store, so it would have been silly if I'd gone through for the rest of the vendor process and not had a store.
Barnabas says that would be silly.
Yeah. I thought about maybe doing an online store. But then I was like, well, then what's the fucking point? Basically, at that point, I'm just drop shipping.
Family says because
I'm not a drop shipper. I wanted to open a store. And the online store doesn't make sense because my business model was more about education than sales, which is maybe not the best business model when you're opening a store. But we were going to monetize the education sometimes. Like we were going to try and run, because I was going to get like 6 Ender 3s and have them set up and let people like come in and, you know, do projects. There was one I was thinking about where we could literally have like kids come in, play some Minecraft, build something, and then we could 3D print whatever the hell they built in Minecraft because there's like plugins to export your Minecraft builds from Minecraft. That would have been awesome. It would have been great. Kids would have loved it. Would have made mad buck.
Family says if you were teaching somebody how to 3D print, well, it makes sense to sell them 3D printers.
And that's the other thing, right? So yeah, the sales part of it wasn't what I was focusing on.
Could still be in the future.
Could still be. Could still do. I don't know though. Running a business is a lot. Writing the business plan, trying to like look where I could get funding from, talking to the banks, it overwhelmed me quickly. I could do it, but holy crap, it's a lot. For someone like me, it'd almost be better to have like a business partner who could, you know, take care of the business details and I could take care of the technical details, you know? Everything from, you know, stock to like, you know, what machines we should be working on and like all the technical, like everything to do with 3D printers, I could figure out. I can do that. Everything to do with amortize something or other, fiduciary something, I don't know. That's my knowledge ends there. Running a business is a lot of work. I have respect for anyone who does it.
Knowledge.
Mm-hmm. It takes a lot of knowledge. We've almost hit that first tier. What does it say we're at? 3 something something out of 400. We're so close. People are linking me YouTube videos. I can't look at that right now. 86%. We're close. 21 minutes left, according to this. I don't think it's going to be quite that long. Looks like this print's going to take about an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes. We're currently at an hour and 1:01. But it's very close to being done. I don't know if we can trust the estimates. Should probably, since I have all of these open right now, update my spreadsheet. 352. All right, so the Y motor mount, there we go. Three hours and 52 minutes. So that's 180 hours 232 hours. Or minutes. 232 minutes. Length 10.76 meters. Weight 32 grams.
Is that a spreadsheet?
In a sense, I guess, yeah. All right. Okay, and then the Y belt tensioner is 6 grams, 47 minutes, 2.12 meters. That's a nice light part. 2.12 meters. And the time is 47 minutes. All right, and I have one more part to add to our spreadsheet. The Y belt block, which is this one here, which is 1 hour, 4 minutes. Oh crap! Oh, there it is. Which is 64 minutes. Length is 3.13. 3. And weight is 9 grams. There we go. Oof. So we're not there yet. Once we finish this print and then the motor mount, we'll have 62 hours of printing for this project. That's 3,742 minutes.
Stanley says Wolf said a pyro statement.
Right? We'll have eaten through 163 meters of filament and have used about a half a kilogram total. Now, technically that's less than a roll, except we've used 3 different rolls because we've used 3 different materials. We've used TPU, PLA, and PETG, depending on, you know, which part and how much stress it's going to be under. So if I don't have to retape the bed,
says pyro may be coming this year.
I'm gonna make a fancy bed. I'm gonna put 2 green strips on either side of the white because I want to widen up the bed for this next print. I don't know. I think it'll fit on what's there, but just to be 100% sure.
Coming every day, every night.
I don't want to. I don't want to know about it. Why? I mean, I hope Pyro's having fun and everything. I don't want to hear about it. Good for Pyro, but I don't need to know.
Stanley says that precisely 7:30 p.m.
I just took a drink, you jerk. My mouth was full of liquid.
I come back at an interesting time.
Sammy's trying to kill me by making me choke on my drink.
Oh.
Alright. When this print finishes, I need to free the battery charger. Before I start the next print, make sure I collect the battery charger. I'm going to forget. I know I'm going to forget because I can't do it right now, so it's going to leave my brain. I have to wait for the print to finish, untangle the battery charger from the camera stand, and then we can start our next print. And I can start charging the batteries.
Says battery charger.
For the drill. I killed one of the batteries, and I don't know how much is left on the other one, and I'm going to need this drill. probably going to make sure all the parts are prepped, which means, yeah, I'm going to drill out all the holes. I'll need my drill. I also have to drill. Oh no, I'm tapping. I have to tap the
Sammy
frame.
says Matt, press F for auto forward.
Tap that ass. Oh.
It's E. E for auto forward.
Honestly, I'm surprised nobody made that joke earlier when you said it.
Drill.
I mean, I think I have one somewhere, but I don't use it because it's hard to keep a hole
Barney
straight with
says
those
I kinda
things.
did.
I just got what Barn
Wait,
said.
Barney did?
Wolf said, I needed a manual drill. Barnaby replied with, I already did. Yeah, you get it? Come on,
Barnabas
David.
says no.
No, I think
The rule
Barnaby
of the 7 says maybe you need to print some whole
was
lives
referencing the tap that ass thing I said.
Well, same exact line of thinking.
Says I kinda did make a joke
I mean-
about the perfect hole earlier.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tap that ass, drilling mat, or manually drilling mat. Both those things would be in the same ballpark. Fuck, same bathroom in the ballpark. I'm just tapping everybody's shoes. Certainly the same ballpark. This print should be done.
what did I miss earlier? I might have taken a small nap. I see they were talking about me being muted.
Yeah, nothing. I was just, you were in here, I was talking to you. I talk to
Oh,
everybody when they're not here. I think it's hilarious.
I mean, I was technically here, but I slightly fell asleep.
Yeah, it's fine. I do it mostly to amuse myself. I realize people aren't here, but I'll talk to them as if they were. Sometimes it turns out they are here and they get to hear me being extra silly because I don't talk to them as if they were here entirely. I talk to them if they a little more sillily because I figure they aren't there, so you can be a little bit more silly. 97%. So yeah, at some point you may unmute to find me talking weird random shit to you as if you were speaking to me. I'm weird because I do shit like that all the time. I've started my stream a few times mid-sentence just to fuck with people. Like no intro, no like welcome screen. Literally, I'm already playing the game and talking to sometimes even people. Or even just nobody, just talking to the stream, but I only had just turned it on, you know, like I don't know. It's funny. It amuses me. And honestly, that's good enough. Gotta keep people guessing.
The Wolf of the 7 says I start watching lots of streams
Yeah.
when people are in mid-sentence.
And that's what I figure. Is
Madness.
people will just figure, oh, Matt must have already been streaming. I've just tuned in. But if they go check out the VOD, that's the beginning of the stream.
Well, we've had this exact conversation too.
It's
That's
also a-
Matt's the type of person to go live and walk away and let the ambient talking in Discord deal with it.
yeah. I've done that 3 times today. Just walked away and kind of let chat and Discord be in charge.
I had to enter a disclaimer when you did that earlier because, in my defense, I was unsupervised.
But yeah, I had to go get my groceries and put those away, and Had to go. Oh, she has not messaged me back about this printer. Yeah, all right, yeah. Well, yeah. Not worried about it. It's a chill stream. We're watching a print happen, talking about nerdy stuff.
Already been 3 hours of printing.
If it weren't for
Consecutive printing at that.
if it weren't for I forget what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, if it weren't for the science and technology section in Twitch, I'd totally be on just chatting right now. So you can see these last couple times that the head keeps moving off to the right side for no reason. That's for the time lapse. And you'll notice it pauses there for like a split moment and then continues. I should probably turn up that pause. But yeah, that's literally the printer posing for a picture and then getting back to work.
That's funny.
It's done.
Getting pressure done.
Give that a moment to cool off, and it should be pretty easy to get off the bed if it's anything like the last one. Came off the bed super easy. I was worried. So I think if you print with a hot enough bed, it's not as much as a problem. And yeah, if anybody else is wondering why I'm using tape, it's because with PETG, it has really good bed adhesion. Especially if you're using glass, it creates such a perfect like seal that it will rip chunks of glass out of your bed. Yeah, the last two have been really fast. The last one was like half the length of that one.
Half the size, though.
Yeah, it's tiny. This is the last one.
The Wolf of the Seven says, can
Damn
you
it.
play the time lapse?
Yeah. You guys can have a spoiler time lapse. I'm going to release them all on TikTok eventually. Time lapse.
I need to update that.
What is the date today? 2022 04/16. Okay. So fast. All right.
What the fuck? I'm in 360, yet it's still gonna buffer?
She's replying. Let's see what she say. Okay, anytime's good with me. Just let me know. Oh, okay. Yeah, just bring it by. Bring it by whenever.
Use one yeah, wow, I can't even fucking English. I was going back in chat and somebody mentioned about using a 3D printer to print a 3D printer. You use one motherfucker to print another motherfucker.
You absolutely can.
Just like babies. Oh.
There it is. That whole print. The camera jazz wasn't too bad. Look, you can't even see it. That's right there at the beginning. So yeah, you can see it, but it's not so pronounced. They look really good when they're all lined up together, like just plop, 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 pop, pop, pop.
Says it wasn't, and then it was.
Yeah, the video is pretty fast. Whoop. Sadly, That's not my best time lapse, but oh well. Oh well. I guess we should send this one over. These are the settings we want, I believe. Yep. Save to disk. So this one's about 4 hours. Oh. I'm going to overwrite motor mount because I'm not sure what that motor mount settings were. I think it's the same one as this, but maybe not. Motor mount. All right.
Count your motor.
That's on there and ready to go.
The Wolf of the Seven says that one should make a better time lapse.
Yeah. That does need a few minutes to cool.
Yeah.
Fuck it. No, why don't I just get the next one started, and then I'll tell her to come by with the printer, and then I can spend a few minutes with it.
Unable to decrypt data. Please apply encryption backup.
Yeah.
Weird.
And then yeah, it means I have to leave you guys alone for a few minutes while I go collect this thing. But let's get the other print started, and then I'll tell her to bring that on over. And that way, at least the printer will be on screen. Something will be happening. You'll be alone in here, David.
Oh. Oh, I just gotta relog in with my stuff. Okay.
Sorry, what, your scuff?
There we go. Now I can hear chat.
Ooh. Wait, you can hear chat?
Yeah, I joined the TeamSpeak.
Oh, wow, you did too.
So it was telling me that I had like encryption shit going wrong.
Nah.
I guess it's because I changed my password or something.
Yeah, you might have just had an identity previously, and then you logged in using the same username, but technically your identity file wasn't the same. So your password may have been different. And would you just select, like, make a new user or something?
Fuck you.
Yeah, it might have got deleted. I ain't used it in a while.
All right.
Hey.
Cool off. Cool. Get cool. Be cool.
Probably just got a.
Oh, yeah.
Remember when you had to manually upgrade your security to get into certain servers?
I might have to get this up with a file to get that to fit in there. Imagine there's probably a bunch of things hanging off the top of those holes. So if I just take a quick file and get in there, probably smooth it out enough that that'll fit in. It looks like it's going to fit in. Like, the actual shape is fine. I just imagine there's maybe a couple blobs in there. But we do have a couple other things to do real quick that I want to do. Put a little bit of extra tape on here as an emergency sort of extra area. overlapping. And normally I wouldn't do that because that will transfer into the print. That little ridge caused by the overlap. But, ooh, I should be more careful. That blade touched those wires.
Wolf of the 7 says I've managed to get my team spec security level up to 39.
Ooh. What is that? Yeah.
A hell of a level. I ain't used TeamSpeak in a while, so I don't know what a hell of a level would be considered.
Is that like from the TeamSpeak company you're like considered trusted, or I don't know. Yeah. So anyways, that is saying, normally I wouldn't do this because of these ridges. I would actually butt up the edges of the tape, but I don't want any plastic seeping through the cracks and sticking to my bed. I should have taken this off first. I'll let it cool a bit more. Gonna deal with the cold and open the door back up. It's chilly today. Chilly today.
Wolf of the 7 says security level is just your computer doing work that takes time to prevent people that were banned from rejoining a server instantly.
Oh.
That has me wondering.
David wondering. What are you wondering, David? What's on
How
your
high I
mind?
can get my
Wolf of
security
the 7
level.
says
Ah.
it's just a proof of work like mining.
Oh.
Oh, I guess it's not a thing anymore?
I could cheat. I could pull this off of the raft and then just pull the raft off the bed. Huh. Are you cold enough yet? Probably not. We'll give it a little bit longer. I'll have a little bit of my drink.
Wolf of the 7 says only need security level 8 to join the aimless server.
Yeah, but that's the aimless server. What about other servers? I don't even see that option on
Wolf of the
TeamSpeak
7
anymore.
says each level probably requires twice as much time as the previous.
Exponential.
Yeah, that's about accurate.
Get cold faster. Yeah, it cools off and it peels off the bed real easy. Last time, the part that's sticking out of the part we just printed, that came up so easy off of the tape once the tape cooled down. Or the bed, technically.
I don't think they have it as an option anymore anyway to upgrade the security level.
I mean, it's a proof of work thing, so you have to work. You have to do some work. I don't know what the work is that you have to do, but there's some work that has to be done.
Yeah. I have to crypto mine to show them that I'm worthy.
Yeah. We'll give it a
It
minute more.
says the work is existing.
Oh.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, that's some of the hardest work I do. It takes most of my effort just to exist.
The Wolf of the Seven says I haven't had a reason to change it from the default, but if someone starts spamming emojis, I can increase it to maybe help.
Well, that sounded wonderful. Oh, what does that say? 358 out of the 400. We are close to hitting the lowest tier of super printer. Woohoo! Third place. I'm thinking I should just tell her to swing it by now. It's going to take a while for the bed to heat up. Oh, if I do that, I should probably... Oh, I don't want to shut down the stream, though. All right, let's just peel this thing off the bed the way it is. Let's get a move on. If I have to retape it, I have to retape it. It's not going to be that hard. Oh, I got it. No retape needed. Part got. Look at this. Oop, it just snapped. I might have to cut a bit of the raft off. Oh, no, it seems to be coming now. Alright, some of it I might need to trim away. But,
Oh, it changes my hotkey. That's annoying.
come on. Oh, just that little sticky bit right there. Everything else is coming off. I think that's where the holes are.
Is this the pet?
Those are the holes, so that's why it's sticking there. But that should be easy to clean off. That'll pull away with a little bit of side cutter action. Let's get to work on the next print right away.
Wow. He's making some kind of
the motor mount. This is the
that
PETG. And go. I'm gonna close my door so I can warm up in here. And maybe I'm gonna turn the heat on for a minute so that it warms up quicker. The print is already loaded and running. So the bed is currently heating up. Should take a moment. And then once the bed is finished heating up, we will go on to print. Well, heat the tool up, but... And while we're waiting on that, I'm going to cut this away. And once it starts printing, once it gets those first few lines down, I'm going to disappear for... Oh, excuse me. Woof. I'm going to disappear for a little bit.
always sleep me.
You'll be all right. I'm all good for you anyway. Yeah, I'd like to do this fairly soon. I don't want to leave her waiting all night.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This steak is tougher than my last relationship.
Yeah, okay. Do I have that file here? No. Okay. So, yeah, the bridging could have gone better. I'll be right back.
Yeah. All right. So now that Matt's gone,
I didn't go far. Well, shit. I have like a tiny little file. Damned if I know where it is right now. I'm gonna need it.
yeah, them tiny little baskets kind of handy.
Where are you, tiny little file?
Sneaky door needs the oil.
Yeah, it kind of does, eh? I mean, I have a little bladey guy thing I can probably use to clean this out, but a file I would like more. Oh, shit.
You ever find your USB extender you were talking about earlier?
I didn't really look for it. Huh. Well, shit. I don't know where the file is.
Uh-oh.
It's fine.
Just use your finger, it'll be alright.
Won't fit in there. I found other files, just not one small enough to fit in this hole.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Sir Wolf of the Seven
But-
says, do you have a small knife?
Yeah. Well, basically, I have a solder tool that's a little cutting edge on it.
Sir Wolf of the Seven
That'll fit in
says,
there.
I can say so.
An X-Acto wouldn't go all the way through. Alright, let's try that out. And it would be on this side. And that way around. That's close. I could jam it in there. I just don't want to jam it right now. Because I haven't got the hardware in yet. I could put the hardware in it. I could just jam it. Huh. Why not just jam it? Okay, what's the hardware I
Sir Wolf
need
of the
for it?
Seven says, wrap a small piece of sandpaper around something like a flat screwdriver.
Yeah.
They're like one of them little electronic screwdriver tiny bitches.
Kind of already jammed it. There we go.
Full send from the start.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says, I might have a chisel that would fit.
Send it over. The old sandpaper on the screwdriver.
I shall return.
Popke says, do you have like lunch?
Yeah, I got punches. There's a square hole though. That's the thing. I mean, that's not bad.
The Wolf of the Seven says about 5 mm hole.
Yeah. It's coming. Just rubbing a screwdriver in it, honing it with a screwdriver, and putting sandpaper on it every once in a while if there's a big chunk I need to file out. But yeah, honestly, honing it with the screwdriver is the best deal, so I can get into the corners. It's plastic. It hones really easily.
The Wolf of the Seven says could heat the screwdriver with the lighter.
Yeah. I don't think I need to, though. Just a little bit more rubbing.
Oh, rubbing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Like
I come back at a good time.
It's tight, but I think I could just jam it.
Jesus, that is way too fucking... Okay. Nice and tight.
Oh.
That's a whole different level.
It's a little tight. Getting looser every time. Nothing on that one, David? Jeez. You slipped.
Well, just a chuckle. I thought maybe it'd pick it up, but it didn't. That was about it. Maybe giggity. Trying to get my microphone adjusted where it doesn't. So what's going on is my computer's frame is canceling out the noise cancellation on the microphone at times because it's like not hearing much other than the speakers vibrating it.
Oh, yeah.
So I've been trying to adjust it to where it stops being a little bitch.
All right.
I just have to say fuck it and start wearing headphones.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a pair of Corsairs. They're nice. Microphone sucks on them though. I don't really want to use them because the microphone's so shit on it. Like, it's not really bad.
Use the mic you're using now, but use the headphones on the Corsair.
I mean,
right?
yeah.
That might help. I don't know if it'll totally help.
Microphone's just built into the webcam on my laptop.
Well, it's usually a microphone array, so it's usually not that bad, actually.
Yeah, it's supposed to cone it. It's just when the noise cancellation starts freaking out a little bit, it'll...
The Seven says is the mic on the stand?
No, it's built into the laptop screen. Laptop. I'm cheap. I do have the desktop, but that's all the way over there. I mean, it is on, but it's still all the way over there. I do have a Rock Band mic. Not really a Rock Band, but it's like a generic mic for Rock Band or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And I've been looking to buy a mic stand for it because it is a decent-ass quality mic.
Well, it looks like
And
we're
that'd
about
be
to go.
perfect for my desktop.
Yeah, we're about to go. But here's the other part before it starts. That's how it fits together. Oh, and away we go. Off goes the print. You didn't remind me to get the battery charger.
Ah, shit. I knew. Even I fucking forgot.
Oh, well, next time. Next time. In
I'll
about
be asleep by then.
3.5 hours. Alright, so when I come back, I am going to assemble the Z tensioner, the entire thing. Or, sorry, the Y tensioner. So the Y tension block and the Y tensioner, I'm going to assemble them because, I mean, they're mostly assembled. I just need to install a little nut and then a screw, and then it's done. And then that Y tension assembly will be done on this side, and that side is the Y motor mount.
Of the 7 says tension block. Assemble.
But yeah, I'm going to go receive a 3D printer. I will see you guys in a little while. Be good. You'll be around for a little while, Wolf? Can you kind of keep an eye on things? I don't know. I shouldn't be too long. Just, I don't know how, like, I'll try to pay attention, but, like, I might be distracted for a few minutes because she's going to probably want to tell me about it and all kinds of other stuff. Not too much, just a few minutes. As long as you're around for a few minutes.
I'll also be around as well.
Cool. I need somebody with edit ability who can, in an emergency, you know, shut things right down.
Yeah, I don't have that
Hockey says
access.
that Matt, everything's on fire.
Right.
He's got access to shut your print down, don't he?
Not the print. Not the print. The stream, though. I guess in a real emergency, anybody could shut down the stream. They just have to contact the right people.
I just go to Discord at everyone. Hey, it fucked up. Something's bad. Let's fix it or some shit.
No, I don't want to mention it, but there are Twitch ways to deal with it. I'm pretty sure Wolf knows how to do it, and that's good enough. And probably a few other people know how to do it. But yeah. You can get an immediate admin on Twitch. If you know how.
That's dangerous.
No, it's for emergencies. Don't use it if it's not an emergency. They might get pissed off at you. But it's for emergencies. All right. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Well, time to go to Google. And no time putting into that.
I figure I might as well leave the mic active. That way you guys can listen to the printer. Here, I'll even swing the mic over to the printer for you. Woo! Swing, mic, swing.
God damn, this fucking buffering shit. I don't understand what my internet is doing. This is bullshit. I'm on like the lowest quality possible, and literally there's only 2 video streams. Rest of everything else is idle. Except for maybe a cell phone too.
Arnold says that men are nerds.
Get a job through Twitch. Much as I use it. Oh, that's creepy. Alright, well, I'm done with that search. Jeez, this guy been. He been Yeah, a nap sounds fantastic.
That's a cool 3D printer.
Who what?
Okay, bring the mic back over here. I'm sort of back. What I'm going to do, I'm going to move a bunch of... That's enough room for it, right? This is a big 3D printer. And I'm thinking to work on it, I'm going to want it out here. That way I can talk to you guys while I work on it.
That works.
Just don't have a particularly convenient place to put it, so I'm going to have to move my friend's computer here. Whoa. Go there. So yeah, clear up a spot, and I'll put some headsets in. Whoa. There we go, I'm back. Hey, David.
I'll do.
Whoa. Yeah, I don't know if you realize, I started talking way before I could hear. But I knew the mic was on, so. Well, this is going. Ah! Holy shit. This says print time left 12 hours.
Ooh.
It's extrapolating the current layer time over the amount of layers. So it's not like it's not going to be 12 hours. It's going to be less than a third of that. But yeah. I have an Ender 3 Max sitting in my living room with a box on top of it so that Link doesn't try to eat it, that I need to make room for. Shit. I have to disconnect stuff from my streaming rig.
Popke says that would be if you were printing a solid cube.
Or that, if I was printing that profile straight up, it would be 12 hours for the height. God, if I wanted to print a cube the size of the bed, that'd be nuts. This printer has a volume of 300 by 300 by 340 millimeters, which is ridiculous. Like, I could, if I wanted to, I could dump more filament, more plastic onto the bed than the bed could hold. Like the bed's gonna weight out before it's going to size out. You know what I mean? If you tried to fill the bed with plastic or the volume with plastic, it would crush the freaking springs. A cube with infill set kind of low, you could print that. Important hard drive. I need to make sure I keep track of that hard drive. That has a person's lifetime of photos on it.
Popke says just stress test the 3D printer for a couple $100.
Their entire lifetime. So another 3D printer is getting added to the pile. At least this one isn't mine, so I don't have to worry about it that much. But the room is going to have 5 3D printers in it. This is a tiny room. Very small room. There's not enough room for 5 3D printers in here. Though I will say, the Ender 3 Max looks nice. I don't like that it only has one Z motor, but I can get past that. And like I've said in the past, I dislike the Ender wheels, the wheels they use, instead of like linear rails or linear bearings and rods. They use wheels that ride on the V groove
Popke says
of the
to
extrusion.
somehow stack them on top of each other.
Should make a vertical shelf for them, really. They're all about
Totem pole,
working
3D
level, though.
printers.
What I need is like a shelf that does like that rotating position, so that I can take something and have it rotate up to the top position. So I can move whatever printer I'm working on to the middle position, so I don't have to like reach up or use a step ladder. Another mouse for the mouse collection. This cable goes up here. Cool. Where did the box for that go? There it is. Gotta disconnect my X-ray. Yeah, screwing around a little bit more. I don't know why it is, but I understand sort of that, like, it makes sense to me that, like, people are going back to, like, GBA and DS homebrew and hacking and stuff. Because for some reason, I just, out of nowhere, decided to pick up a bunch of... You know, it probably was 3D Sage's fault. But yeah, I just decided to pick it up. I guess 3D Sage probably got me to, like, pick up my GBA and load up Minecraft on my GBA. And then after I did that, I was probably like, well, what about the DS? And loaded that up too. So I'm screwing around with a bit. I put Mother 3, the fan translation, on it, and then a NES emulator that I have a ROM of Final Fantasy, the OG Final Fantasy on the NES, but this ROM has been patched so that all of the bugs and stuff have been patched out of it, and everything makes sense. And they like spell names can be more than 4 letters, which allows you to actually know what spell is what. And it's great. It's a neat little patch for Final Fantasy that makes it. Actually, I think it's a collection of a bunch of different patches that they compiled together to make like the definitive edition, which is cool. And I've been playing that, but I pulled it off because I was trying to test out some other things, so I had to reprogram it. All right, almost done. I'm gonna have to vacuum all this when I'm finished. One on the other side now too. It's pretty impressive how destroyed an iPhone can be, yet still work. I have this iPhone 6 over here. The battery is like a balloon. It makes me nervous, but we're wanting to order a new battery, so I should probably still just pull the old one out. I have an iPad over here where the screen is legitimately shredded, but it still works. It still turns on. phone is an old phone that we were using as a baby monitor. And the monitor, or the iPad, is an old iPad that the kid was using. So, not mine, but I guess family ones. Old family ones, though. My tablet. Well, my tablet was stolen. But insurance replaced it, and I've kept it safe ever since. Not putting it in a position where it's gonna get smashed. I take a little bit better care of my stuff than that. My stuff's gonna get destroyed. It's going to be by dust. That's because I choose to operate my setup in a greasy garage. Probably not the best place to keep your computers and run a stream, but I think it's really great. Keeps me close to my shit. It's a weird monitor. So my buddy had this monitor, and it takes like a power, like it has a brick that plugs into the wall, and there's a cable coming from the brick that plugs into the monitor. I'm not used to that. But that might be my new monitor soon, because my poor BenQ is dying. I'm not turning it off anymore, because if I turn it off, it takes a while to turn back on, which probably means the capacitors in it are gone. But it really sucks. So I don't have the money to buy a new monitor. And I guess I'm just gonna dead man's monitor it. Use my friend's old monitor. Honestly, I should just boot up his old computer and play some Diablo 2 on it, for old time's sake. Let it have one more run. Let's clean the rest of this up. I'm gonna have to move a lot more of this stuff. Even after moving the computer out of the way, there's a bunch of other crap on this counter too. All right, let's get it out of here. Hard drive, controller, wireless access point. Stick the wireless access point up on the shelf. Hard drive, I guess, on top shelf. a Pi B. What should I do with my B? Any recommendations? What would you do with a Pi Model B if you had one? I think it might be the least capable of all the Pis. Except for, I guess, the Model A. There's the Model A. If you had a Pi Model B, what would you do with it? Curious.
He says I would be very confused as to where it came from.
Yeah, alright, yeah. I could see that. Just all of a sudden, Pi? Honestly, either situation, if Pi just showed up at my house, I'd be happy. Whether it was a computer or a delicious treat. I'd be happy either way. Send Pi. But yeah. No idea what to do with my Model B. I made a tablet with the 4. I run the printers with the 3. I have a frame I made with the 0, and the 0W is the camera that you're looking at in the lower left. That's all being run by the 0W. It's a wireless camera setup, basically. So, I basically, yeah, the 0 I could do something different with, but why bother? I have a B to play with, and basically nothing to do with it. Guess I could set it up as a web server. Do some web development on it. Yeah, I mean, I need to make a new website for the for Aimless Gaming.
Pop says make a DS server.
For like the Nintendo. We were using oh crap. Did we have a link to it? The Wi-Fi service we were using? It was pretty good. But we did get the DS's back on Wi-Fi. Zero and I were able to get our actual hardware DS's onto Wi-Fi, and everybody else was using emulators. But we were able to connect to a fan Wi-Fi connection service just to play a few old games, have a few moments of nostalgia. What do I do with this Pi? Web server, right? Oh my god, it takes a big old SD card. Do I even have an SD card that would fit in that? Hold on. I know I have converters to convert small SD cards to fit in that slot.
Sammy says, fun fact, I have to redo all of that because I installed everything.
That's okay. Oh yeah, I have an 8 gig card here that I can use. And here's the thing, I don't think I have a card reader for this.
Sammy says not like it was hard to begin with.
So I probably have to find some laptop with an inbuilt card reader. Because the one in my tablet is a micro. Fuck. Yeah, it's not too hard. It's not, and I have all the, like, I wrote up that document with all the steps, so it's not too hard to replicate. How big is this? That's 512. Oh my god. Alright, so I have an 8 gig card that I can use with the Pi 2. but I have no way to program the card right now until I
He
find.
says I have a card reader somewhere. I use it for the 3D printer.
Yeah, I have a USB card reader, but it's micro. Everything I have nowadays is micro. I have an adapter from full-size SD to SD mini, and I have like 5 adapters from SD micro to normal SD, but I don't have a normal SD reader. I think Ange's computer has one built in. I think the laptop inside has one built in. I might have a laptop out here with one built in, but it won't be power onable. I'd have to install like some RAM in it or something. But I don't know. I'll see. If not, I can just use one of the adapters and use a micro SD card. That'll work.
He says, yeah, I would have to search a while for a normal SD reader.
Right? So, 2 ways I can program the V. I can either just convert one of my micro SD cards using the slot adapter. Oh, jeez, that's dusty. Or I can I can just, find a laptop around here somewhere that has a built-in SD card reader. Oh man, my old MP3 player. I don't want to get rid of this old MP3 player because it's freaking amazing. It takes a single AAA battery, lasts forever. It takes like normal headphone jacks, and it's super small and easy to use. I wonder if it's got battery on it. If it doesn't, I should probably take the battery out of it. Yeah, it looks to be dead.
The Wolf of the Seven says I just have a multi-thread reader that goes in a floppy drive slot.
Yeah, I probably should invest in one of those. As I throw my old creative. Yeah, my SD card, or my SD card, my old MP3 player was made by Creative of all people. It's a Sound Blaster. I'm gonna start keeping my my other controllers in that drawer too, so that they don't get dusty. Anything not inside of something else gets dusty.
PC cases even come with floppy drive slots anymore?
No, but you can convert down. Most of them come with optical slots, and you can convert those down. All right, I gotta do some vacuuming. Where's my vacuum? Where is it? Vacuum?
The Wolf of the Seven says a lot and don't even have disk drive slots either.
I mean, yeah, you don't need them. Mine still has them, but just barely. You can tell they're like, I guess we have to add these. Oh, there it is. It's all the way over there.
The Wolf of the Seven says no slots, just us.
Oh. Vacuum. It's small, but it works.
The Wolf of the Seven says external drives only.
All right, I'm gonna mute for this because vacuum. I'll be right back.
He says mine has 3 optical slots, but it's over 10 years older. Sir Wolf of the Seven says mine 2 and 2 floppy sized ones.
Mic working? Hey! So one of the things on that USB hub that I'm knocking around, and that I just wailed with the vacuum like 5 times, is
Sir
the
Wolf of
mic.
the Seven says it's called the mid tower.
All right. I think I might have just barely enough room to fit this 3D printer in here. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and shimmy as much as my desk to the right here as possible. So, time to clean off the rest of my desk. Print is looking really good. I really like this PETG stuff. We left the bed hot as fuck. Ah, whoops. I said we were going to do a cooler bed on the subsequent prints. We didn't do that. I gotta write shit down. If I don't write stuff down, I never remember it. Because we don't need the hot ass bed that we have. Because we're building on a raft, a lot of our warping would be, if it did happen, which is not happening at all. But if it did warp, the raft would warp and the part would probably be okay. But I think the tape is good enough.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says they aren't optical drive slots, they are actually half-height 5.25 floppy slots.
Okie dokie. A lot of mess here to tidy up, but I got it. Another 3D printer adding to the friggin' pile. Here we go. At least this one I get to send home when I'm done fixing it. Fix the printer, send it home.
Pop, he says, so you're saying if I knock out 2 slots, I can put a floppy in.
You put a full height 5.25 inch floppy in. They actually did 5.25 inch floppies in half height. So you could get a half height floppy, or you could get a full height floppy. It's going way back though. You want to see a big floppy drive? Look up the floppy drive for the Commodore 64. That's a big floppy drive. It's probably a full height in there. It's a big old floppy boy. It is an 8 inch. It's 5.25 still. 5 1/4. But they're big. They're big 5 1/4.
Not sure how hard it would be to find a 5.25 floppy anywhere. I've seen it like once in my entire life, lol.
You could find them if you know where to look, but why? Unless you run a computer museum, there's no reason for you to ever want to fuck around with 5 inch floppies.
I have a bunch laying around.
Wolf runs a computer museum. What's funny is I say that, Wolf, jokingly, but I imagine you probably could, couldn't you? Like a small computer museum. Like, I know I could.
The Wolf of the Seven says from the 286 era.
I absolutely could. With not much work, I could set myself up my own little digital telephony system just from my all the old ISA modems I have.
Popke says, I think we have some 3.5 floppies laying around.
Oh, cool.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says, I think I only have one, maybe two 5.25 drives though.
I used to have a Commodore 64, and I would still have it today, except that a pipe burst in my bedroom and just flooded my closet. Destroyed my Commodore. Sad day. Like, really, honestly. I miss that computer. I can get a new one, and I kind of want to, except it's a complete waste of money. What on earth would I use a Commodore 64 for? What purpose does it serve? Other than it just replaces something I used to have that I really liked, but wouldn't use anymore anyway. Right? Sorry, I'm still trying to talk myself out of it. I still really want one, but it's like $400, and you don't even like. I think that might get you one drive, but I don't even know if that'll get you a drive.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says, I think one is in the 486/33 that I haven't touched in a decade or two. Popke says 3D print the Commodore 64 and emulate with the Pi.
Hey, yeah, that's what I can do with the B. I can just turn the B into a Commodore 64. Emulated, so meh, but still. It wouldn't be the same with the disk drive, but that'd be fine. And I wouldn't get the component out, it'd be composite. Or I could use VGA, right? What other outputs? Oh, it's HDMI on that, isn't it? Yeah, it's full-size HDMI. Okay, yeah, that actually might be good for modern systems to just use the full-size HDMI out. Although, I could use the composite out and use an old CRT, like the OG one.
Probably even get a disk drive, couldn't you?
Not a legit, like, Commodore one, no. I could get a USB floppy drive for this. I don't know if I could get I'm sure somebody must sell a 5-inch USB floppy drive. I don't think anyone makes discs anymore. I'd have to find new old stock for discs. Nah, I'd probably just put all the files onto the SD card and then mount each as a drive as I want to use it, I guess. The Commodore had a tape cassette drive on it. It was the coolest thing. None of my games came on cassette. They were all on floppy disk. But I had the drive eventually. I didn't have one to begin with, but later on I got a hold of one. And it's one of the coolest things ever. Like, just for me, it seems like, well, it's not normal, right? Like, I'm storing information on what is an audio cassette. It's just cool. It's cool. I know, like, over in Europe, for them, it was, like, normal, but wasn't normal here.
I think tapes were more popular in Europe.
Yeah. But I totally had a system whereby I could write some code in BASIC and then save it onto an audio cassette. That's fucking wild. Wild. And you could legit throw it in an audio cassette player and play it and listen to the staticky noise. Actually, we still use tapes in backups. So in like the IT world, we would, if somebody wants to back up like fucking terabytes of information, we would use tape backups. Well, at least back in the day. Now I think if you had petabytes of information, we'd go to tapes. But yeah, you can store a lot of information on tapes, but it's very cold storage because it doesn't, like, you can't address it easily. or quickly. You can address it easily, just not quickly. But tapes can store a shit ton of data. It just physically has to track the tape to the position of the data in order to retrieve that data. So it's not exactly the most convenient, like, read-write method, but it certainly is great for cold storage. And we still use it to this day. So I think there's a few systems in place right now for tape backup that you can use that are fully supported. I know one comes with little tape cartridges.
Popke says it's cheap and durable. That's all it has going for it.
That's good enough. When you want something in cold storage, cheap and durable is what you want. Yeah, is it gonna last? Does it cost that much? Cool. It's in cold storage. Not good as a hard drive, because pulling the data off of it, not gonna be fast. But great for backup. Honestly, at this point, it might still be the best backup method. Because we've reached a point where our data is so big, like, even DVDs doesn't make any sense to back your shit up on DVDs. What's the best way to back up right now if you're not using tapes? It's basically the hard drives.
That were in my desk that my dad claimed from his office when they moved.
Nice. Yeah, if you're not backing up to tape, you're backing up to actual hard. Well, it could be solid state drives, some type of hard drive, either platters or solid states. That's, other than tape drives, that's the best form of backup. And it's a waste of money, realistically. Especially if you're backing up to solid state.
Says two different kinds on his 2 GB.
One is 2 gigs. So that's an older one.
The Wolf of the Seven says others I don't remember, but it had a metal bag.
Cool. Man, back in the day, our hard drives used to be 80 meg. You know what I mean? 80 meg.
The Wolf of the Seven says the 2G one is labeled monthly backup set 96.
Remember, like, Windows 3.1 would fit on an 80 meg hard drive with so much space left over to install all of the Duke Nukem games? Everything from Apogee? 80. I can fit that on a thumb drive. Literally a drive smaller than my pinky fingernail. Well, about the same size as my pinky fingernail. Can store 200 or so fucking of the entire installation of, like, my 486, or I guess it was a 286 computer. By the time I upgraded to a 486, I think I had
The Wolf of the Seven says
80
I have multiple copies of
meg
Windows
hard
DOS installed floppies. Popke says the operating system on my phone is now bigger than my first computer, lol.
right? God.
The Wolf
How
of the
much?
Seven says again from when my dad moved office.
What? How much is the fucking
Sammy says
basic
those
ROM
copies
on a
of
Commodore
floppies.
64? It must be tiny. I want to know how big my operating system was.
Popke says probably kilobytes.
16K. 16
The
kilobytes.
Wolf of the Seven
The
says
operating
I think the
system of my first computer
MB hard drive.
fit into a 66 or 16, sorry, kilobyte EEPROM. That's wild. 16 kilobyte EEPROM.
Says then we had to run everything from floppies.
That was its operating system. and it was basic. Now, I don't mean it was simple or lacking features. I mean literally the entire computer ran on a basic, like, it didn't have a command line. It didn't have anything else. You literally programmed basic. To load a disk, you had to know the basic commands for loading files from a disk. It was pretty cool. Everything was programming, including using it.
Than a gigabyte is hard at this point.
Yeah, right? I just saw a 512 SD card and was like, what? What the fuck is that? Freaked me out. I haven't seen one in so long. Sub gigabyte? What is that?
The Wolf of the 7 says I have a 16 MB stick and a 16 MB SD card.
Nice. The sticks is different. I can't throw those things away. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I don't even know how big it is, but I have a stick that's just tiny. The only thing that's on it is an encryption key for a computer that is no longer encrypted. So basically, there's nothing on it, but it's ridiculously small. That's why I chose it for the encryption key, because like I think it came. It was like with my Rogers internet one time. They sent me my router,
Stuff from the past century, lol.
and they had a little setup key, and it's the cheapest, smallest thing.
The Wolf of the 7 says the 16 MB stick was HP promoting.
Yeah. I have a pen that's an SD, or not an SD, it's a USB stick. And it's built into a pen. It's a chonker pen, but I think that one's really small too.
The Wolf of the 7 says the 16 MB SD card came with a digital camera.
Ooh. Probably was silly expensive back then when it first came out. What the fuck is that? Why is there... What is that picked up? What? Oh no.
The Wolf of the 7 says I have a 4 MB Smart Media card.
We might have a leak. Oh, if that's leaking, that's going to be bad. Pray to the print gods that this print finishes and that we don't have a leaky nozzle. That's the worst for a man. When you have a leaky nozzle. I can't tell where that strand of plastic came from, and it was ribboned
The Wolf of the 7
a
says
little
the
bit.
on the roof must have a leak.
If it's ribboning like that, I imagine it's coming out around the sock, and that's why it's doing that, which means there's a leak. Which means everything could go extremely poorly at the drop of a hat. Now, the majority of the print happened before anything oozed out, so we might be safe. I'm just going to keep a close eye on it, and if I see any goop happening, I'm going to jump in there with my tweezers and just scoop it out. Damn it. Everything was going so well.
Poppy says after this, is it time to take apart the head again?
No, probably not. Let's step outside. Oh, it could be just from that. That's interesting. Okay, so it's oozing, but it has been oozing a little bit all along. So we're probably okay. But yeah, all I'll need to do is I'll need to pull the tape off, and then I'll need to pull the sock off, and then once I have the tape and the sock off,
3D printer on my desk I should put together at some point.
yeah, you should. And then I have to just kind of tighten the nozzle and the block to the heat break. So tighten the block up and then tighten the nozzle. So yeah, put the block where I want it and then tighten the nozzle up to the heat break. I guess something's come loose. I don't know what, because that's what I did. I maybe should have put it through a few heat cycles. Like heat it up, tighten it up, cool it down, make sure it's still tight, then heat it back up and see if I can tighten it up anymore. Because that's probably what loosened it, is going through a couple of heat cycles.
It's a little baby one, like 20 cm by 20 cm by 20 cm.
Fuck, that's tons. 200 by 200 by 200? That's huge. That's not baby. Not baby at all. That's like that's the majority of printers. The A8, the original A8 is 200 or 20 by 20 by 24. And I think the same with the Ender 3 is 20 by 20 by 24. And then, fuck, my Delta is 110 diameter. So even tinier. Sorry, 11 centimeters. Why are we talking in centimeters? I usually talk in millimeters. It makes everything sound bigger. Your print bed is 200 by 200 by 200. See, doesn't that sound better? That's annoying about the nozzle leaking somewhere. Luckily, I think most of the big parts of the print are done. And I'll be at the, like, it's not going to be hard to clean this print up. This print's pretty easy to clean up. Like, I can get at all the angles with my Dremel pretty easily. So if it ends up gooping onto the print, it's not going to be a big problem. I am going to, like I say, keep an eye on it as much as I can and get in there and remove any big problems if I see them. But yeah. And maybe, as David says, I need to maybe make myself like a quick and dirty belt sander. Really need a belt sander, or at least a disc sander. Oh, actually, I could build myself a disc sander pretty easily. Just a thing to mount, because I got Ange got me a Dremel sanding disc thing, so I could just put that on a table and use that. Mount it with some like a 3D printed mount, and then blam. Disc sander. It's not a belt sander, but it'll do. The reason I want a belt sander, I don't want a handheld belt sander. I want one of the ones where I can have concave and convex. I guess you can really only have convex. But you know what I mean. Belt sanders are nice. And I think I could make a pretty capable one fairly easily. I think I might even have some belts. So what, 2 rollers and then a tensioning system between
He
them?
says I have a 2-in-1 belt sander disc sander here.
Nice. And yeah, if I can figure out a mounting system for that other Dremel, I can use it as my like rotary power for a lot of these tools. Not for the grinder. I think for the plastic grinder, it's gonna need like a full-on drill. But I think for like a belt sander slash disc sander, I could just literally use my little handheld disc sander and mount it. That'll be enough torque, I think. Making my own Dremel accessories. Also, did you know Dremel sold a little handheld disc sander? I guess it's a disc sander and it's got polishing wheels and all kinds of stuff. So I guess you'd use it to like polish cars and stuff too. If you put one of the really soft wheels on. Yeah, I miss my Commodore. A few games on there that were really good. I seem to recall Raid on Bungling Bay being a lot of fun. And then there's this one called Tracker that I could play, but I didn't really figure out what I was supposed to do. So it was fun to fly around for a little bit through these tunnels and navigate this map, but I had no idea what I was doing. And then there was this other one that was fuck. I forget what it's called, but you were a missile defense squadron, I guess. And I think you were fighting against the Russians. And the first stage of the game is you kind of get this alert, and then you got to launch your ship. And we could never figure out how to get your ship to like get out of the hangar. We could fly around inside the hangar a little bit, and it was interesting, but we could never open those doors. I think it might have just been called Raid on Moscow. Why were they all called Raid? Raid over Moscow. Yeah. Yeah. We never got out of phase 1.
He says the final game in the series Raid, Shadow Legends.
Yeah. It's a prequel. Raid over Moscow. Yeah, they launch a bunch of nukes and you gotta stop them. And we could never figure out how to get out of the hangar. It was amazing. Like my whole family tried to figure out how to get these things out of the hangar. Could never figure it out. Little Harrier jets, I think. Raid over Moscow. Shit, I haven't played that game in so long. I love that it came out of US Gold. Of course it did. No wonder I couldn't play the game. Probably was completely broken. Well, people liked it. I don't know. I didn't have a manual. If I had the manual, maybe I could have figured it out. Nowadays, the internet's great. You can just look up a manual. Back on the Commodore 64, I didn't have the internet. I had a modem for the Commodore 64, but I don't think I could do dial-up internet with it. I'm pretty sure I could only log into BBS's. I don't know that I had any software to work with a modem on the Commodore 64, with the exception of BBS software. But it did have a modem. You could technically hook it up to some sort of network.
Sir Wolf of the Seven says Telnet.
Oh yeah, Telnet. Can't forget Telnet. I don't think I had Telnet software, but considering it was basic, I could have just wrote Telnet software on the quote-unquote command line. It's not even like a command line. When you think about how computers work, you have a single command line. With the fucking Commodore 64, it's a stack. And you can move around the stack like vertically and edit things and then run the entire stack. Like it's cool. So you're not just editing one line. You can edit multiple lines and then run it. It's cool. It's so cool. Commodore. Fucking 8-bit computers. So neat. I'm still puttering around my desk, like cleaning up a few things and moving things over. Because this printer is huge that I'm trying to bring out here. I'm gonna need lots of room for it. Oh shit. I just lost the plug for my remember I was saying I could get into VR really, really quickly? Well, I just kind of fucked that up a little bit by dropping the plug, the one plug that I would need behind my desk. Okay. Ooh, I'm gonna vacuum that. Gotta mute for a sec. All right. How we doing? Print's looking good. I was hoping to get some soup soon, but take a look at the document here. See how this goes together.
Pop, he says I need to find out where the manual for this printer is.
Oh, you can look it up online. Said it was an Ender 3? What is it? You can definitely look it up online.
Pop, he says mine's not an Ender.
No? A8? Who'd you get it from? Tronxy? Come on. Is it OG Prussia? Did you get OG Prussia?
Pop, he says no idea, it's a few years old.
Okay, so an M3 hex nut. Got it. Which one's M3? Okay. M3 hex nut goes in there.
Got a PCB on the side, lol.
I think you mean PCB. Mine too. Actually, both these do. It's just on the opposite side from the camera angle. M310? I don't have M310 here. But why would I want just 10? I think I'd want bigger. I'm gonna put an M316 in it, honestly. I think a 10 is way too small.
Popke says stepper sensors are just switches on PCBs.
You mean your end stops? Yeah. That's what end stops are. Even on big industrial machines, end stops are just switches. Just literally leaf switches. You don't need anything else.
Popke says other printer we have is a lot nicer.
Really? Imagine if you look underneath the shell that the end stops are going to be very similar. All right, the tensioner is assembled. I might actually consider using a shorter one, like they said. Shorter screw, that is. All right, well, let me look through my parts box. If it says I need an M310, then I have an M310 in here somewhere. Not you. What are you? Not you. Definitely not you.
Popke says, oh, I'm sure it's the same, but it's not all exposed. It's in a nice little box.
That's not M3. Those are the ones that just came today. Huh. Well, maybe I didn't order M3s because I knew I had them. Thing is, I don't have them in exactly the right length, but oh, yeah. Honestly, the longer one's fine. It's fine. Let me look on the bomb though. They should be on here. M3 times 25 flat machine screw for the bed. Sure. Oh. I think I know where it expects me to get the M3s from, because it's not on the bill of materials. I think it expects me to pull them off the other printer, which makes sense. Because you're supposed to be able to, for this particular model, this particular frame, you're supposed to be able to cannibalize an A8, which is what we're doing, so it'll be fine. Though I'm just going to leave this slightly longer version of the screw on here. This looks fine to me. Here it is, though. This is our completed... Oh, I can't even see it because it's covered. But hopefully you can see it. That's our completed tension assembly. There's our... That screw gets tightened up, and it tensions it. All done. Now it just needs to get installed on the frame that doesn't exist yet.
Popke says, I think I need to find Dust B to flash the software.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't know what the printer is, I'd be very careful about using it. Like, hopefully somebody over there knows what's up. But, yeah, because if it's got bad firmware on it, like these A8s I have, the A8 Plus is fine. I checked it out. It passes all the tests. The original A8 that I have does not pass the tests. I had to make a few modifications and add some things to make it safe to run.
Popke says, I'm sure the kid's downstairs somewhere.
Oh, man. As long as I don't get, like, under extrusion. I don't know where my tweezers are. Tweezers, where are you? Come on.
Popke says it's bare bones though, so I'm sure if something doesn't work, I can find a fix.
Yeah, that's what's great about these things. Where the F are my tweezers? Alright, well. No tweezers. Here you. Stop. Stop. Actually, you know what? This, oh no. I don't want to mess with the feed rate on the printer. There we go. Because it might mess with the time lapse. The print's not under extruding at all, so that's good. That's good, at least. Fuck. Really wish we weren't dealing with that. Oh, because I wanted to get this other printer in here and start working on it. Yeah. Well, that's cool. I don't know if there's any other parts to assemble that are just two plastic parts. Everything else is plastic to frame. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That tensioner is 100% ready. It's our first part for the printer. Completed. Oh, there's a headbutt my mic. That's it. We're practically done. We put two pieces together. That means we're finished. Yeah, honestly, I'd pause the print and like tighten the head up if I could. But because of what I have to do to the head, I don't know that the nozzle height would end up at the same height, which would cause problems. If we weren't so far into the print, I'd cancel it, but we're far enough into it, and I can recover this print. Or I can at least save this print. I just gotta watch it. Keep an eye on it. All right. Just a few hours of babysitting. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I save and go grab this other printer. Move this out of the way. My God. Ooh. Oh yeah. I can unplug that. Which one is it? This one? This one. I feel like that should have made noise. It did not. Okay. What? All right. I am ready to drag a really big 3D printer out here. Hooray. Excited for that. All right. I'll be back in a few. I'm going to go grab a 3D printer.
Yeah, okay. How about no when we go back to the correct fucking quality, you piece of shit? On, you piece of slow shit.
It is big. It is heavy. It's a 3D printer. Okay. All right. 3D printer. Get my ears back on. All right, there I am.
Okie dokie.
Water. Bunch of water here. I even got a BL Touch on this thing, or the Creality version of a BL Touch. Fancy. Yeah, this is just basically the Ender 3 with a slightly wider frame and a longer center bar. The frame itself isn't any longer, it's just that one center bar. Whew. So I had to do a bunch of running around as well as then carry a big heavy printer. Catching my breath. All right, well, it looks good. Just touch the rails. Why is this thing so uneven? There we go.
Frustrated when you're
I am frustrated.
It's supposed to come through. Fucking hate the autoplay on Facebook.
Oh. So it's an Ender. Hoorah. And it's not extruding. Hoorah. Well, let's Let's start by sticking some filament in it. Filament run out sense? Oh my god, they got all the fancy shit on this printer. Wow, Ender 3 Max. Fancy. Well, it looks like it's shredding plastic. That's pretty easy to see. So it's a clog of some regard. Oh my god, how much access is there in this fucking Bowden tube? Okay. Alright, change filament, please. I guess PLA. Yeah. Must say they're clogged, so that the leak either clogged or it dropped somewhere on the print that I can't see. One or the other. God, that's a lot of 3D printers. Look at that mess. Can you go wide? God. Everything's everywhere just to fit everything in here right now. It's such a mess. There's like a tower of cases that are... Alright. The Ender just beeped at me and told me to insert filament. Waiting for filament purge. Oh yeah, it's not going. There's more. What's... It's sucking in filament. There's more. Yeah, it's bunching up on the nozzle. The nozzle's clogged.
So, failed print?
It's not my printer. This is the one that somebody dropped off. Remember
Oh.
earlier when somebody sent me a message and said somebody was going to drop the printer off, and then somebody contacted me, and then like I kept leaving. Yeah, one of the things I left to go do was pick this printer up. Yeah, that's a clogged nozzle. All right. I don't know what size of nozzle this takes, but yeah, I mean it's squirting out the side. All right. Let me go to Cura and see if I can get a profile for the Ender 3 Max. Continue. Ooh, it's not a lot of noises to it. All right, I'm moving up the Z-axis. Okay, let's add a new printer. Add a printer. Oh my god, there's already 4 on the list. Add a non-network printer. We want an Ender. Please have a profile for this. Oh, it's Creality. Reality. Ender. CR10 Max? Wait, I don't know if this is a CR10 Max. That was an Ender 3 Max. What is this? Hold on, there's a QR code. I don't think I have a QR code scanner. My camera isn't just automatically a QR code scanner, is it? Oh yeah. Okay, go to that. Oh, I just tried to. Yeah, but what is this particular one? Huh. It doesn't say what it is. All right. Let's check the menu real quick. It says it's an Ender 3 Max. All right. What the fuck is an Ender 3 Max? It's not even in the list. I have Ender 3, Ender 3 Pro, no Ender 3 Max. Well, I suppose I could give it Ender 3 Pro and then just adjust the sizes on it. What else? Maybe is the Ender 3 Pro called something else? Like it's like the CR10 Max? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just use the same Ender 3 profile and just increase the bed size. Alright, I'll do that. So, Ender 3 Pro, add, okay. Width. What is the width and height on the Ender 3 Max? Specifications. What's the bed? 300 by 300 by 340. $300 by 300 by 340. Enter. And otherwise, everything else should be what? No, that's not 300 by 300 by. I must have done like 3,000. Oh yeah, this is another Ender. Oops. I already had a profile for the Ender Pro sheen settings. What did I do? Yeah, 33,000 is not a good number to be using. There we go. Close. All right. And I can rename it. Manage printers to machine settings. Can I change the name of it? No. Rename. There we go. Ender 3 Max. There we go. Close. All right. I've got a profile for the Ender 3 Max. I don't trust Ender 3 bed leveling. But... Hey, it kept the nozzle. Why did it keep the nozzle hot? That's not good on a Bowden system. I did the filament change. The filament change is done. Why is it still hot? Honestly, that extrusion looks good to me. That's weird. All right, all right, well here, take a look at what I'm doing. So, I created a profile for the Ender 3 Max. These are my printers, the A8, the A8 Plus, the Ender 3 Pro, and the Mini Delta. I've added the Max, modified it to be the Max. So let's throw a print on here and try it out. What should we print? Something small? I guess a Benji? Multi-part Benjis? Cool. I didn't know there were multi-part Benjis. Okay. All right. We're doing generic PLA 0.4 millimeter nozzle. Perfect. I have to hide my screen because I'm about to put somebody else. Ugh. I'm about to put somebody. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. That's insane. I trust these people. I know these people. I'm still ridiculously nervous about sticking their SD card into my computer. Not that I have anything set up to auto run or anything. Just, I don't want to do it. One of these printers has an SD card in it. This one. Don't stick other people's removable media into your computer. One hour, 56 minutes. Well, seeing as this is a test, let's, we can shrink it. And we don't even need to print the whole thing. All right. Let's shrink this down by, I don't know, 50%? That's kind of small, but this printer can do that. This print's probably going to fail, but let's just see what happens. Why are you still at temperature? Just going to shut it off. I don't know why that thing is still at top fucking temp, but which way does the SD card go in? If it's like mine, it'll be the other way around. Yep, same board, I bet. I bet this has exactly the same board. Wow, this one has a lot more Chinese on it than mine does. I wonder if this one was like imported from like where it was meant to be sold in China. All right. I shouldn't need to worry about bed leveling. I never didn't think about it, but this thing's got an auto bed leveling system. I'm sure I can totally trust that. Let's go ahead and print the 3D Benchy. Let's go! We now have 2 3D printers running in the room. Which half of the maximum amount of 3D printers I've had running in this room. Yeah, I've had all 4 running. It's loud. It's really loud when all 4 printers are running. So the problem with this printer is under extrusion. That's why I didn't just print like a flat something, because it's not bed adhesion, not anything else. It's under extrusion. Which hopefully I can figure out the issue without messing with the steps. Because I don't want to mess with the steps. I wonder if this is a 24-volt board. It's doing all right at warming the bed up. I need somewhere to put my filament. I will use this filament holder. Oh, it's dusty. Let me dust it first. Dusty, dusty boy. So this ender comes with a really cool filament holder. I just left it inside because carrying it out here was going to be really awkward. So, but it just like clips onto the side. It's real neat. I'm a big fan of the overhead sort of like filament dispenser, which is why all my printers have the overhead. But I've kept this non-overhead one around because sometimes when I'm printing in flexibles, the flexibles like to just roll off of the reel. So with gravity, so it's just best if gravity isn't. Oh Jesus! Okay. It's just best if gravity isn't the bad direction. If I have to pull the filament up, it's much better. The hole in the center of this spool of filament that I got in my hands right now is monstrous. Like I've got a spool adapter here. Whatever, that's good enough. It'll roll. Oh. All right, that's on the floor right now, just with a roll on it, sort of, because the hole in it's giant, and even the little take-up part, that gray part of the filament thingy. Oh, I was holding it up to the camera, but I haven't switched it back to the camera. Whoops. Whoops. These things happen. It's a little A-frame filament holder. It's nothing. it doesn't fit the spool right, but it's good enough. This is a big boy. Looking at it, it looks like I think my printer is slightly taller, but it might not be. Yeah, I can see why somebody would choose an Ender to make a fast printer. Something like this Ender 3 Max with linear rails would be just perfect. It's got a beefy frame. It's where's the end stop? Hold on. Oh, I guess it doesn't have an end stop because of the BL Touch? What? No. Wait, is this thing missing an end stop? Where's the end stop? At home. Huh. There is no end stop for the Z. It uses the touch sensor. It's doing it right now. It stuck the touch sensor out, and now it's homing the Z. It homed X and Y, and then it stuck out the sensor, and it's like, I'm going down now. Huh. It uses... Not only is it... There's no end stop. There's no end stop. Oh my god. What if your sensor isn't working? Don't you want one just in case? It's like doing a white. Really? Is that how this printer's gonna be? It didn't even bed level. It didn't even level the bed. I wonder if there's a bed leveling process I can go through real quick. What? Oh, that's my fault. Because I didn't use the G code for bed leveling. Hold up. Alright, I gotta add bed leveling G code in here. Ender 3 Max. Oh, I'm gonna call. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm looking at start G code here. Start heating bed. Start heating hot end. Wait for hot end to reach temperature. Sure. Wait for bed to reach temperature. Load last saved mesh. Uh-oh. Okay, well... Okay. It's a good bit of start code. I'll put it in anyways. I'll make sure... I don't know if I'm loading the mesh or not. That's probably an important step. So, over on this screen, I'm going to go back here and manage my printers and machine settings and my startup. Home all axes, reset extruder. Okay, so I didn't even load the mesh at any point during that. So we're just going to paste in this code that I downloaded that looks better. Looks like it'll do all the stuff we want. Oh, I could just put the level bed in the start code instead of load last saved mesh. Alright, hold on. Let's just do that. Level the bed every print. Alright, close, and did that save? Yep, close. Close. Slice. I don't deal with mesh leveling usually. Oh, it's not my cup of tea. I'm a bit old school or old man, whatever. It's like, why do I need... I don't need it. It's probably better just to level your bed, you know? Why not just start with a nice level bed? Honestly, if this doesn't work, I will be manually leveling the bed. Actually, I think did I for sure reslice it? Hold on.
Sammy says, are we printing a toy boat?
It's called a Benchy. And it's a test print. Because this printer is a...
He says, how
not
many
working.
boats do you have at this point?
A few. I have like probably 5 or 6 of these boats. The thing is, a lot of my printers come from China, so the amount of those little lucky cats I have is intense. I probably have like 5 times more of those little lucky cats than I do of Benchies.
Sammy says, what are we benching? Sammy says, what's going on?
So, earlier today, I got a message that somebody has a 3D printer that is under extruding. So I've just set it all up. They've dropped it off. I've set it all up. I've got it, I think, configured and ready to go. And I tried to bench mark it once with a Benchy. And unfortunately, it failed because the bed leveling was way off. But that's because I don't have the profile from the other sort of stuff. It's probably loaded. It's probably saved on the printer, but fuck it. I'm just going to have it level every print. So the point is, somebody dropped off a printer. It's not working. I'm working on it. The one on screen, that's doing super printer stuff. That's doing work for the cause. That's my printer. It's doing fine. It's good. Thumbs up, my printer. But I'm working on this Ender 3 Max, that is under extruding. So the benchy is for testing that. All right, that's in. The max is ready. I'm going to tell it to print a benchy. There we go. And hopefully this time it does mesh bed leveling before it starts. And we should check on that print. Basically, there are two jobs going on right now. Whoa. Oh, yeah, holy shit. Oh, fuck, I think I had my hand right in front of it for the shot. Where are you? Got it. Okay, I lied. My printer isn't doing 100% good. We got a bit of a leaky nozzle. It's okay. We'll make it through this print, I'm pretty sure, and we'll survive it. But after this print finishes, I got to tear out the nozzle and fix it. Something leaking, and we can't have leaking. Oh, sorry about the audio, but I just remembered. We're booting up a second 3D printer, and this one is a lot closer to the microphone. The audio on this stream is about to get kind of shittier, which is fun considering it wasn't in a great place to begin with the 3D print running. Wasn't in a great place to begin with before the 3D print was running. And now there's another print running. I'll show you this other printer. It's not going to be pretty though. Okie dokie. So that is the Ender 3 Max printing away. It's bed leveling right now. It's doing a mesh bed leveling. I don't know how good this camera is. Where'd you go? I feel like I'm making a Jamiroquai video over there. So that's going to do that for a while. That's what's happening there. I'm not going to hold that camera up forever. Nope, here it goes. that's mesh bed leveling for you. It's like a freaking inch off the bed. Oh. Is this the right audio device? Hold on. Yeah. Don't switch. Well, I don't know what the offset is between the nozzle and the... That's going to be a problem. Stop the print. Okay, well I can just steal it from their G code. Which means I have to put their SD card in my computer. Hooray! Nothing's gonna auto run. It should all just be plain old text files. If I see anything funky, I'm gonna cut and run. But extrusion seems fine. This thing just wants to print like 3 millimeters off the bed for some reason. Ah, there's a good one. I mean, I can't do anything without G code, but okay, so I could just print that. Quick look at the G code at the beginning. Where I don't see where it fixes the problem. Was I not using G29 on my custom setup? G29, level the bed. Huh. I don't see a difference between our two G codes. not using the M82. Alright, well, I'm just going to try printing this and see if it actually works, because as far as I can tell, this printer doesn't even have a level bed profile on it anywhere. Now, I didn't make it with probably the correct settings, so I'm assuming there's some sort of offset between the BL Touch and the nozzle, but what that offset is, I don't know. I can tell you. It's not seemingly in the G code, which makes me wonder. Makes me wonder. Alright, let's try printing that. Hard to test the extrusion when I can't get a print to work. So yeah. There's got to be a problem with my starting G code. I don't see.
Sammy says Matthew smell.
The smell is yours. You are the smeller. G29, and that's what I'm using too, is G29. Home all axis. Alright. Level the
Sammy
bed.
says smelt it, dealt it. Huh. I don't want to do anything crazy like override their BL Touch, but I'm pretty effing close. It's like there's a big difference between the two of them. Oh. It's gotta be like uneven as hell or something. Because actually on the left edge, it seems to be pretty darn close. Which means the left edge is high. And the right edge seems to be lower, but that would... That's the nozzle closer. Is it that the... No, I guess the left edge is low and the right edge is high. This is gonna fail too. This bed is unlevel as all F.
long time to level it, this time at least. Hot end is heating. Let's get my more goop to go grab. Ooh, that's scratchy. Certainly not printing anything. It won't. Okay, this thing's horrible. I have no control over the printer when it's printing. I tried to stop it. It was literally locking up. Yeah, you were on the bed. It's like working with somebody else's friggin' code. Stop the print. Control. Move that Z axis off the bed. My tweezers. All right. Let's home the printer. Grab a little piece of receipt paper. Do this the right friggin' way. Hopefully if the bed is like level to start with, the auto leveling will do its job correctly. Fingers crossed. Why'd you move back up? Home yourself. All of the way down. Why did you move back up? It moved back up. Why did it move back up? It's not home. You're not home. I told you to home. Guess where you're not? Home. Printer, go home. Fucking. So how far does it move up after? Fuck it. I'm just going to
Sammy
move
says, is it drunk?
axes.
It doesn't know how.
I'm gonna move down a millimeter at a time. So it looks like it's at 10. Oh, I can't move. Okie dokie. All right. Time for bed level. Oh yeah, way low over here. That's pretty level there too. Okay. Uh-oh. That's a good sound. Well, that's one round. Let's go again. Okay. Right here. Oh, a little tight there. Okay. How are we in the middle? A little better. Check this corner. Pretty all right. This corner. Slightly tight. Okay. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Hillship says cool.
Yeah. Cool. God damn it, the bed isn't flat. Has a dip in the middle. Yeah, absolutely. Dips in the middle. Great. Is there a bed leveling code that uses more points? Alright, well, I'll give that a try anyway. Alright.
Ilshik says what's the progress on the fast printer?
That's what you're seeing on screen right now. That's the last of the frame parts getting printed. I have a bit of a side project going on with this Ender 3 Pro over here. Or Ender 3 Max.
Family says you will address Logan by its full name. Family says Sir Logan the 14th.
Okay. Bed's at temperature. Which means it's going to do this fancy bed leveling thing. Do it. Do the thing where you level the bed. Whoa, okay, move around a bunch right over here. Okay, right up there. Level it. Level the bed. Get all proby with it. Look, the nozzle's not even that close to the bed when the probe hits. It's kind of close. So I think there's maybe a code I can use to use more mesh bed leveling points. G code level bed. There's a variation though. I know with my delta I can do more points. Yeah, I don't even see the point of the BL Touch because it is so far off to the side, it's nowhere near the nozzle. So if your bed's not already level, it's not going to work anyways because it's going to be skewed. Okay. Here we go again. I hate auto bed leveling. It's so inconsistent. I only have one printer myself that does auto bed leveling, and it's the Delta. So maybe there's two? Well, it's putting the nozzle way too close to the bed. Fucked up. Oh, I wish this thing had a normal lens stop. I have no fucking clue what it's doing. It's doing it automatically. I can't interject and be like, dude, you're way too close to the fucking bed. Like, move the BL Touch further away. I don't want to fuck with the entire configuration of their printer. Like, really? What is this? It's jamming because it's too close to the bed. Okay. Fuck it. G54. No offset set here at all. Let's no search. Yeah, at no point do we set an offset at all. There's an offset. There's clearly an offset. It's extruding just fine. What they need is for it to not dive its nozzle directly into the bed and clog itself right at the beginning of the print. Why is that fucking happening? I don't know. Automated leveling system. Fuck me, right? Oh, great. I don't know. Why don't you just bevel the bed? Not have this proby bullshit? That just does not know how to act?
It has the slows.
Like, the way you're supposed to measure it, none of them are touching. I can't use a gauge to measure this. Why am I getting a call? All right, hold on. Okay. Well, I can't even use any of their G code. Their G code is just straight up doesn't do it.
Looks like you got a little strand there on the nozzle.
Oh, great. Yeah. Let me go get that. Boy, oops. All over the place.
was there. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, I got that.
That's a little wobbly there. Get some warping. That's not good.
I saw that stretch. Yeah.
Might just be a failure anyway.
Oh, yeah. I can see the jaggedness on the side there.
Yeah.
It's like the code shifted ever so slightly, or the head shift.
Nah. I think that's just warping.
Oh, too hot on the nozzle?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that one a little bit more. It's when I was reading, it says you don't need an enclosure, but I don't know. I feel like stabilizing temperatures might help. Maybe a draft shield might help. I don't know. The nozzle's also screwy. I'm gonna let it finish, and if I can save the part, I'll save the part, and if I can't, oh well. This whole print's been kind of jank. Oh my goodness, this nozzle is not at the right height. Just those two at the top. Oh, the fan's attached to that, though. Great. All the fans are attached to that. Even better. For me to get at the hot end, I need to remove every freaking fan. Let's take a look at the hot end. Couple lousy prints going on here. My guess is when they changed the nozzle, they didn't readjust the VL touch. Honestly, why don't I just fucking, before anything else, just move the VL touch down slightly. If I have to recalibrate, then I recalibrate. Does it not slide on that? It does not seem to slide on that. Well, maybe that got me the little bit I needed. Let's try this again. This is worse than manually bed leveling. Because if this doesn't work, they gotta go try and fucking figure out some offsets and other bullshit. Hmm. All right. Bed is almost to temperature. What are we gonna do about this print over here, though? Well, maybe next time, if it's not good enough, I can try it with a full speed fan. Because for some reason, it probably should be running. Maybe I should be running with less fan. I don't know. We'll figure it out. There was a bed leveling G code, I thought, like a different one for testing extra points. Yeah, it's just leveling the bed way too low. way too low. Okie dokie. Fuck. Okay. So the nozzle's a different size, and I didn't read. Why do I need Octoprint? What? Home your nozzle and show your Z. But when I home, it doesn't go home. It homes and then moves a specific amount. Well, I know what that is. Okay. Okay. Home it. Prepare. Home. Auto home. Go home. God damn. This thing's dangerous. Fuck. How bad did it just dive the bed there? Holy shit. I don't like this printer setup at all. The removal of the Z end stop, not okay. Because the BL Touch isn't always deployed. So it just crashed the bed and had no idea it was crashing the bed. Because there was no end stop at all. This is... Ender, come on. This is not okay. How hard is it just to have an emergency end stop? One end stop. Like, I get that you can see where the bed is because you have a touch, but not all the time. An end stop works regardless of the situation. Okay, let's be real careful here. Move axes. The Z, but only 0.1 mil. Oh, I can move even less than that. 0.1 millimeter at a time for now, though. And bring it back down. Can I set an offset of 0.859? That's positive even. Positive point. Almost a full fucking millimeter it was trying to dive into that bed according to this.
Okie dokie, Matt. I'm gonna go do some shenanigans.
Alright. Have fun. Have a good.
Huh?
Have good. Okay, so if I add this to the G code and it's 0.86, I close that. Oh god. Ooh, look at that gooper. That print is
I have
not
closed
okay. Oh god, the whole print's gone bad.
Oh,
Should have just canceled it. We should have just
hold on, I gotta
canceled it.
clean this.
As soon as we saw things were going bad, we should have said no more.
As soon as I seen the wobble.
Yeah.
Bad is it? Let me load it up here again. Oh man.
Got a little goopy at the top.
Yeah, it did. Well then,
Mm-hmm.
that's not a happy time.
No. Might be a good enough part, though. At least to get started. Well, that's still hot. Duplicate it. We're going to have to pull all of this. Is that just loose?
Oh, it just encased the nozzle.
Yeah.
I was wondering if that's what I was seeing.
Yep. No, that's what I'm saying. We had a leak. We had a leak. Look how loose this all is, though. That's not supposed to do that.
Like you're wiping a booger off on your print.
So we're gonna have to wait for that to cool down and clean it off and redo that print eventually. Well, now I know why it's wobbly. It's because the nozzle was twisted. And when it twists, it changed position. Well, we got another failure. Now That one's gonna take a little while to cool off so that I can pull it apart and heat it the fuck back up. Meanwhile, this other
Sam
printer.
says, I can't wait to see another print fail in the timeline.
Yeah. We got a print fail for the timeline. I just set my Z offset. I think I set that correctly. So now we need to slice it.
I'll see you later, Matt.
See ya. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go down. So I'm gonna say 8.6. I'm gonna do 8.4, just like halfway between what I'm seeing and what I want. So close that out. Close that out. And I'll go back into it. Manage the printer. Machine settings. At what point in my start code would I? Alright, I mean, that looks good. Let's see if it actually works. I don't have their original model. So I'm just going to have to do my own thing. Great. So just do the benchy. All right. Where is my SD card? Uh-oh. Oh, it's right there. It's right there. We're letting that failure sit there for a minute. We can bask in the failed print. At least we know why it failed. That's always a good thing, to know why everything fucked up. Better than this one, where we have no fucking clue. No clue why it's fucking up. I think I've got it. All right. Please do not dive the head into the bed. Wait, why is the extruder heating? What? You didn't home, you silly thing. Why are you doing anything? Why are you heating up before homing? Why is the hot end heating up and not the bed? Okay, the bed is heating up. Alright. Maybe just one of these printers that does them both at once? I mean, the hot end's going to get there way faster than the bed, though, and this is a Bowden. Why would you do that? I don't trust anything that's happening right now. Shutting it down. I do not trust this printer further than I can throw it. And it's a big boy printer. Nope, don't trust it. Just gonna turn it off. All right, no, it seems to heat up the extruder first for some reason. Is that my G code? It can't be. All right, everything's to Tim. All right, it should now go into bed leveling. Whoa, let's go. So my thoughts on what happened to this printer is it got a clog. They changed the nozzle and changed the PTFE tube and then didn't recalibrate the BL touch, and as a result it kept clogging because the nozzle was way too close to the bed. These are my thoughts, at least. We'll see in a minute. So I've soft set and offset. I haven't saved it into EEPROM. I just added to the start G code. I want to see if this works better. Well, no, that is about a mile off. That does look to me about so I think that should be minus. Okay, well, cancel that print. Oh. Okay. Fuck, what is this device then? This is a CR Touch. Set offset. All right. Menu control bed leveling probe Z offset. See, everyone's getting minus number. I got like a positive number. I guess. No, it is under it, I suppose. Let's see. Okay, so it was under control, I believe. What?
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Shenanigans. And pushed it home.
What? Well, I mean, if it crashes, I'll turn it off. Okay. It's it says at one point, it's like, get this number because this is going to be your offset. And then it's like, go press this button and say set offsets. At no point does it tell me to use that number that I got. Because it just auto set my offsets. It's just like, offset applied. What offset? I didn't set it. The number I was told to remember was never used.
Haunted.
Okay. Okay, the first thing you'll need to do to get the offset is a menu and prepare auto home. It's homed. Once auto home's around, you want to get a sheet of paper. Yes. Real bed leveling? Wow. Crazy that that's necessary. Next, go to menu, prepare, move axis, move Z, moves Z, and lower the Z axis until it's scraping the paper. What part of the Z axis? The nozzle? Because I also have a BL touch sticking down there too. What part? Did you home? I don't believe you home. Home. Go home.
Go home, Matt. You're drunk.
This is stupid. You have to do this every time you change your nozzle too. Because it'll change, like, unless your nozzle is exactly the same, like, thread depth and height and everything else, you have to do this every time. Okay. It's homed. Now I go to my menu, prepare, move axis. I'm following this step by step, just so that I don't. Z, and we'll move it down by 1 millimeter for now. So it's at 5.1.
He says I have to do that every time I print. My printer isn't smart.
Bed leveling? I mean, I do it once, and then I leave it. I have dumb printers too. I do not use auto bed leveling. The only printer I have that uses auto bed leveling is a Delta, and that kind of needs to. You can't really, like, normal bed level on a Delta. But all my other printers are dumb, and dumb is better because this is stupid. So plus 5.1 millimeters is where we are supposedly right now.
So smart is dumb.
Yeah, it's not good. Fuck, I need to clean this off actually. Oh, are you kidding me? All right.
Pop, he says smart printers are for those that send it to other people to fix when it breaks.
Apt. All right. I'm gonna rehome it again because I just had to move it up. I don't trust this thing to actually know its positioning over distance. Auto home. So after it homes, it moves to 5.1. Okay. So it says it is homed. It's not really, but it knows where it is, which is good enough. It's almost homed. Yeah, 5.1 again. Okay. -6.8. -6.8. Okay. -6.8. That's a lot. I don't fucking trust that for a second. Okay. I got -6.8. Okay, so now I'm supposed to rerun auto home. Go to auto home. I don't know why I'm auto homing. Is it because it needs to be at 0? Does this assume it's at 0? I don't know if this assumes it's at 0. It just says now raise the Z axis back up or rerun auto home. Except I don't think auto home is applicable in my case because auto home puts it at 5 millimeters up. The Z offset needs to be set to 0. Yeah, so I need to set my Z to 0. Fair, not auto home. Move axes. Z. Okay, so now it's at 0. Okay, so now I'm supposed to go to okay, so huh? So I set it now? It says the Z offset needs to be set to 0, 0 default setting. This should be accurate. If you're making changes before, I would clearly... Should I have done this before? Why is it at the end? What? Okay, dokie. Hmm. I don't feel it was 6 away, though. Alright, so according to this, it should be 6.8 in the Pro Boss, minus 6.8. I don't... Why does this suck so hard? That's also a fucking huge number. Okay, and then after I do that, I should save the settings. Okay, so control, bed leveling. What? Store. What if I load settings? And check out the prop. Offset 840. Okay. Did I say my numbers were minus 6.8? Print there. I'm going to print from theirs. That way, if I do dive the bed, it'll be over top of the footprint where they've already dived the bed. Alright, let's try this again. Away we go! God, I hate mesh bed leveling. It's the worst. Well, I'm waiting for that to heat up. Might as well show some action on camera. There it is. It's the edge. cooling fan. And under here, we should have a, oh goodness, bad situation, and we do. Oh, look at all that plastic. That's a lot of plastic. All right, well, that's fun. Let's heat that nozzle up. Wow. That's a lot of leaked plastic. You can see it on top and between the nozzle and the heater block. Okay. This is 2 degrees away from trying its shit again. A lot of bed leveling. I like how it gets to temperature and then levels the bed, I guess. Well, that doesn't matter for the nozzle. I get that the bed should be at temperature when we level the bed. But because we're not even using the nozzle, why does the nozzle heat up? Should have canceled that print as soon as we saw the first sign of issues. Got a little bit of waste there. And I haven't got my plastic recycling facility set up yet. So, yeah. I'll go back to that one in a minute, but right now we're looking at this one. The one I don't have a camera on. It's just probing a bed. And probing a bed. Probe more. No, you're going for a print. He's going for a print. What you doing? You just gonna hang out there? You're just hanging out there? You're just hanging out there. She's like, I'm gonna chill here. It actually let the head cool off a bit, so now it's just warming it back up while it's touching the bed. That's great. Everything about the way this printer works is great. I love it. For a Bowden, basically for a Bowden printer, you really want as much heat near the PTFE tube for as long as possible so that you can get, like, basically there's heat creep and you just want it. It's bad for the printer, but as a designer, you want to make it happen. I guess. It's just no, don't you dare. Don't you dare crash that bed again. This thing's stupid. No. Do not resume the fucking print. God. So by trying to make the printer smarter, they have made it 1,000 times more complex to do this. Okay. So let's start over from the beginning.
I agree.
Let's go into the bed leveling. Let's change the Z offset to fucking 0 and start from fucking scratch. This is ridiculous. Why can't I make the bed offset 0? I can make it negative 0.06 or 0.04, but I can't set it to 0. No, that's real good. That's real good. Just fucking delectable. Okay. I guess we'll just go to the closer of the two and say close a fucking enough. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Okay. No, I love it. Automate all of this stuff that should never need to be automated. Alright, so offset is set to 0. Control. Main. Pair. Auto home. Okay. Okay. Lower the Z-axis until it's scraping the paper. Minus 1.7. Okay, that's actually a much more sensible number. Okay. Minus 1.7. Let's put that down. Minus 1.7. Okay. Let's home it. That's the next step. It says to make sure I do this. Auto home. Okay. Good. Now, I go into menu, control, bed leveling. Menu, control, bed leveling, probe Z offset. And we want to change it to what we had, which was point or minus 1 point something. 1 point what? 1.7. Okay. Okay, now we want to go save that setting, store it, make sure the probe offset is good. I'm going to shut it down and start it back up and make sure that probe offset has actually been saved. Yay! Okay. Oh no. I was changing it though. Oh well, it's saved to EEPROM anyways, so I could just shut it down, but I knew what it was. Cool. I should now just be able to print. I'm going to take a quick break. I will return. Enjoy the broken printer. Or broken print. Well, both. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute to fix that anyway. Okay. Should probably bring my keys with me. I'm back. I brought drinks. All right. First things first. I'm the realist. What are the tweezers over there? That's good old plastic. Oh, that's some goopy stuff. Good old PETG. A little wire brush out here once I get all the majority of it off. Look how loose that is. It's intensely loose. No wonder we had a leak. That nozzle's about to fall out. Hmm. Can either of us fit that? Really? Oh, okay then. That's a tiny little nozzle. There's a gap there.
Barreau says wah wah.
So much of a gap going on here now. So much plastic under that. Well, there is a small gap there. Hmm. 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 I might need to spin the block all of the way around once. Which sucks. That soon is a lot tighter than it was before, but I'm wondering if I should tear it all down and spin it around again. Yeah, let's do it. Bring that way up for now. And once it's nice and up there, I'm going to shut it down. Shut it down. Okay. It should be loose enough that it'll come apart later. All right. So we're letting that cool down. Over here, what am I doing? We should test a print. I'm pretty sure if I go down to control and then bed leveling and then probe offset, it should be, yep, perfect. Control, main, print from memory. This thing's real annoying. Just decides to crash the head. Not the one on screen. This other one I'm working on. This goofy ender that's supposed to have under extrusion problems. I can't even get it to level. Should be good now. Stupid thing has a mind of its own. But yeah, instead of just leveling your bed to your nozzle and going, you have to figure out all this offset jankum and level your bed anyway. Because this won't work without leveling your bed. Level your bed.
The nozzle.
The nozzle. Level your bed, calibrate your nozzle, and then you have mesh leveling. Or you could just level your bed. Anytime that I would need to re-level my bed, you would have to re-level this too. You'd have to redo all of this. Because the only time I ever need to level my bed is when I do anything with my like nozzle or my bed. You know what I mean? This is what annoyed me about the Ender 3 when I first got it, is I had to level the bed on every print. And I was like, what the hell am I doing? And you just get some stiffer springs and it holds the level you give it.
Sammy says you still want that $100 ender from Micro Center after this.
The one at Micro Center doesn't have automatic bed leveling, I know, because it's the same one I got. So that one wouldn't be that bad. Honestly, I mean, I'd say get this printer. If the automatic bed leveling is an option, opt out. Just level your own bed. You can do it. It's not that hard. In fact, it's easier than this because there's no offsets to deal with. Just 0 is 0. Wow, amazing. Hard to imagine. How to calibrate your BL Touch. Level your bed like you would with a piece of paper any other time. Or I guess technically, if I change the height of the bed, the BL Touch with the offset should be able to compensate for that. But I think if you change your nozzle, then you need to recalibrate your touch. I keep saying BL Touch. This is a CR Touch. Ender or Creality's own probe. You got the nozzle and the probe on the head. All right, where is? I'm gonna crash the head again. Oh, it's gotta warm the head up again. Ner. Come on, let's go. 99. Okay, print. Print. Do the printing. What the fuck? It's way too close still. The fuck does this work? I've followed the fucking Ender guide, which is English. Clearly not first language. It's working. Like the offset is set, but it's still diving the fucking board. Bed. Trying to just take a chunk of it out. I said it was 0.8, so I'm just gonna, I guess, move it a little bit until it's fucking right. This is so ridiculous. Sender prepare. That's under control. This is ridiculous. Why would you bought? This saves you no time. All right, so it's 1.66 before. I've dropped it to 1.36. I should just keep pulling it back. All right, so I'm pulling it back to about a millimeter, 1.60, or yeah, minus 0.96. When I was plus 8, I was about 2. So this, let's try this. Let's fucking see what this does. What did I say it was? Just for my own sake, I'm gonna write this down. Okay, so I switch it to minus 96. Minus 0.96. Okay, let's fucking see if that works. Because at this point, we're just... I mean, we know the number, supposedly, but... fuck if that number isn't still diving the bed. We're just gonna make shit up until it prints. Just having the distance between the two. Now I need to wait an hour for this thing to do about a... it needs to heat the bed, heat the tool, then it needs to level the bed, then it needs to reheat the tool. It's great. It's real fucking great. Oh my god. What I wouldn't give for this to not have auto bed leveling. Alright. Okay, here it goes. If this were my printer, it would be a CR Touch on Craigslist right now. You know, bed leveling takes like
Family says
3 minutes. Just fucking... it's about 3 minutes, you can level a bed, done. Stays level until you change the bed or change the nozzle. Just stays level. No reason for any of this. Some engineer got it in their head that spending 5 minutes leveling a bed wasn't okay and thought, I'm going to fix that, and instead developed a way that takes an hour and a half to level a bed, following the step-by-step guide from the manufacturer. And then, even after doing all of that, you just said, fuck it, we're going to reduce that number manually because it just keeps eating bed. Seems like this whole system is just kind of not working, and I have to just use my fucking brain to suss it out. Huh. This is how I feel about the bed leveling on my Delta too. It loves to crash the head. It's just like, ah, bang. Thing is, the Delta is built for it. It literally, that's that's its Z stop, is crashing the bed. So all right, now it's heating the nozzle back up again. Although I got wildly inaccurate numbers. And it's like, you should also make sure this is set to 0 first. It's like, why is that at the end? Why are you telling me after you've told me to do everything that I should be starting at 0? Shouldn't that have been at the beginning? Make sure you don't have any offset settings already loaded. Well, would you look at that? It's laying down plastic. Huh. Look at that. It's printing. It should be a little closer, but it's printing. All I had to do was make up a number, and all of a sudden it's not jamming anymore. Wow. Fucking thing. It's so stupid. Alright, I need it slightly closer to the bed. So let's cancel the print. Hello? Printer, respond. Okay. Stop the print. Alright. Control. Bed leveling. Z offset. So I'm close.
Family says, are you sure it's plastic and not mystery food?
So what is that? That's 0.1, 0.2, 0.2 millimeters closer? Let's try that. 1.16. Minus 1.16. All right, let's do that. All right, that is warming up again. And over here, we got a dickhead of a printer being problems. Oh, that is all plastic over. There's no way I'm actually getting that grub screw out of there. Huh. Well then. Well, let's heat it back up. Heat them up. I don't know if that's the right one for even that grub screw when I do get there. Fun. Let's wait for that to warm up. This thing is doing its little bed leveling dance for me. Woo. Alright. By the time this thing finishes up, I should be able to go over there and that should all be hot. The nozzle needs to heat back up again because that's just how this printer does its thing. It sticks the nozzle on the bed and warms it up after the fact. Maybe the hot bed helps it warm up. I don't know. Weird that it sticks the nozzle on the bed to do that. All right, you're at temperature. Go. I love how it wipes back and forth over top of itself. Like, if you're only ever going to want to get something on the nozzle, that's the time to do it. Right at the beginning of your print. Yeah, that's not okay. We're close. But not quite. I love how the firmware locks up. That's real good. Firmware, hello, printer, respond. It's become completely unresponsive. Oh. I just want to stop the print. All right, well. Hello? Oh my god. Okay, power off. That's bad. The printer becomes unresponsive while printing. I'll scroll a couple, but then it just locks completely up and I can't scroll any farther. That's bad. Stop that print. You're fucked, bud. Okay, so back under prepare.
Pop, he says, I heard the Ender was a good printer, I guess not.
I have an Ender 3 Pro. Okay, this isn't the Ender's fault. This is the fucking grid bed leveling, mesh bed leveling bullshit. It doesn't configure correctly, so I'm like having to manually configure it. So 1.7 was too much. 1.6 is not enough. Let's sorry, 1.16. Let's do 1.4. Note that down, minus 1.4. So the Ender itself, not a bad printer. Print's great. Print's wonderful. I can't get it to bed level. I've given up on the automatic and I'm just doing it manually now. I'm just manually setting the offset because fuck if it's an 8. Following the ender's own steps for doing it, and I've gotten 2 different, wildly different numbers. One closer to what I would expect, one way off the mark. We've done it a bunch of times now. So now I'm just pretty much guessing, honestly. I mean, educated guessing with maybe a little bit, like not a complete guess, but yeah. I'm just doing it by feel. Alright. Where are you? Where's the camera? Camera's up there. Oh, it's not flipped, that's why. That's a lot of goo. At least that getting the axes like reps to though, right? Not really, no. Okay. Okay. Fine. Just fine. While this Ender's over here doing its stupid bed leveling, I'll just work on this for a minute. Alright. Move it up a bit more. I'll have to look underneath here. Well, it's available. Fuck if I can get at it. Oh, that's too big. Oh yeah. The hole looks like it's there. That's good enough. We can let it cool down now. Alright, maybe we should loosen this off just a little bit more while we can. Alright, now we're letting it cool down. Ugh, bummer! Means I'm gonna have to re-level the bed on that thing too. Gotta do all the things. The Ender over here is just probing the bed still. Okay. It's done its mesh leveling. Alright, here we go. Well, that seems good so far. Oh, let go at the back? Why? God, it's all just peeling off the bed immediately. It's not close enough. You're just gonna peel yourself off the bed now. Oh, it worked. Oh, come on. The layer height is fine now. Okay. The layer height seems good now, but the plastic just is not sticking to the bed. What the fuck is this shit? That's a good layer height. Okay. We'll try one more. Okay, so is that 146? I can try 156. Like, it's right there. I'm about to throw some glue on this shit. Just call that a go. .56. Hooray! Man. Some nozzle. Covered in plastic. Now we need to release the heat block. go look at this other printer. Oh, I could manually level the bed on the fly even, and it would be fine. Except the actually, if I was doing it on the fly, the BL Touch would, but then I wouldn't have the settings. I want to be able to just have the settings and give them and go. Pretty sure I'm not wanting to hand this. I mean, the problem I'm supposed to be dealing with an extrusion problem, not a fucking bed leveling issue. I feel like I know what's causing their extrusion problem, though. And that's the fact that their nozzle's been jammed on their bed so hard that they can't extrude anything. And by the time it gets to a place where it can extrude, it's probably chewed a bite right out of the filament to the point where it just can't anymore. Go, printer, go. Put plastic down. Yeah, okay, that's too close. I need you to stop the print. Oh, it's doing the thing where it's not responding. Oh, come on. Fuck it. Alright, I have to turn it off. Oh my god. The shooter's fine. Shooter's fine. This is the problem. There's no problem with the extruder at all. Right. Probe Z offset. Set back to 1.46. Minus 1.46. Because that's, I was laying plastic down with that. Wish I could do that with a little bit more fine detail, but whatever. Good enough. tape. Everything sticks to tape.
Family says, Matt, the last thing I want to hear is somebody getting duct tape and going, yeah, good enough.
Yep. Good enough for my basement. Alright. How cool do you think that heater block is now? Like, totally cold? Also, where is that? That's what I need. Cold enough. Oh, come on. Just gonna get the littlest bite on you. I don't think this is small enough. It's loosening off everything. Oh well.
Family says,
I really
old
wish I
man
didn't have to get
pan.
under fucking neath this thing to see this. Why is it a grub screw anyway? It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. Also, why is the grub screw on the bottom? Where it's like gonna fall out. Would it not make more sense to put the grub screw on top? I don't know. Yeah, that's too big. Okay, I must have a smaller one somewhere. Or not. I don't see a smaller one. There it is. In there. Okay. Come out. I think it might be full of plastic or something. Guess we heat it back up again? Fuck. Why you gotta be such a bitch? Okay, that's heating back up again. It's all the way up there now. Why? Because I hate it. Alright, well. Other printer is about to start doing its thing. That's a nice, good squish first layout. It looks to be printing just fine. Let's give it some time. Go check out the other printer again. See if we can finally get that fucking grub screw out. Thing. Let's go. Okay. Now the heater and the sensor can come out, and we need to turn that off immediately, or the printer's going to freak out because the temperatures. I want this to be like that. Oh wait, like that. Is there enough to fit my nozzle into there? I think there is. Yeah. All right. Oh, I can't warm it back up. There's no heater block in it. Right, well, that should be enough of a twist. I'm worried about if anything moved up there, though. Mm-hmm. Well, that's approximately how we're going to want things. Want to make sure this is tight as well. Who knows what kind of damage I've been doing with that. So that's tight. Grab a screwdriver. Hopefully I got enough room here. Yeah, okay. Screwdriver. Grab this here, grab that there. Crank that. Okay. We'll try a slightly smaller bit to see. This is one. It's not exactly tight. 6mm, and I'm using a 1/4. Okay. I think that will fit better once I get rid of the plastic, but I guess I'll just stick to 1/4 in there. Good. Okay. Let's plug the heater cartridge back into it and warm it back up again. Yet again. Plastic on the end of my pliers, or my tweezers. Stay in the hole. I don't need the screw right now. Stay in the hole. Alright, good enough. It's making connection. As long as that's making connection, we won't get thermal overrun or anything. I don't even think of it itself anymore. I only use this once. That's some cap date problems. Okay, good enough. Heat up the hot end. There. Preheat BLA and how's this printer doing? The printer's quiet as fuck. This other one. It's printing. Oh, that sucks. I hate when a printer goes back. Like, I fixed it, but here's 15 steps to make sure that you don't do this again. Because, yeah, this isn't an easy fix. Anytime, because this is what they said. They said they clogged, and then they changed the PTFE tube, they changed the nozzle, and it just kept being clogged. Now, my thoughts are, yeah, probably the nozzle clogged. They changed the tube, they changed the nozzle, but when they changed the nozzle, the offset between the BL touch or the CR touch and the nozzle changed. And then after that, it became a different problem. So I think they had two problems. One kind of caused the other. Or the fix for one caused the other. Because right now, it looks like it's not under extruding at all. I don't see any issues with the extrusion. Now, gotta wait and see, but it seems good so far. It might be a little under extruded. I don't know. It looks patchy, but it's hard to tell with the tape. It could just be the tape being a little patchy as far as its depth. I didn't really. Usually, I spend a lot of time squishing the tape down with like a credit card type card or something. I bet that thing's hot by now. Give me a second, I'll head over there and we'll tighten that nozzle on even further. And then we got a level of bed. I can show you how fast it is, the level of bed. Change the fucking nozzle. Alright, well that printer is going fine. This one is at temperature, so let's make sure everything's good here. Where is this? There we go. That's in a bunch. Look at that immediately. Oh, I see what's happening. This has to be. That's okay. Okay. Where'd the little wrench go? Where'd the little wrench go? Little wrench. There you are. That came out. What? this still moves. Like, how is that still moving? I thought this jammed against it. It's not the whole thing moving. How is that so fucking loose? Like that. Oh, that makes no sense. How is that so fucking loose? Look it on there. Oh shit. Some over temperature issue. Okay. Alright. Still. Like it takes nothing to loosen that arm. I feel like I'm going to rip the threads out of that. Look at that. It's okay. Have I just de-threaded it? No. I think there might just be a ton of plastic in the threads here. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Okay, well, instead of dealing with that... Whoa! There is one. Got a point there. Didn't realize there was another one there. So I feel like it's not tensioning up as much as it. Well, it definitely did more than the last one. Alright. It's good to me. I'm just gonna wait for it to cool off. Because I need to finesse that little thermistor there. So, we'll let it cool down. And let's take a look at this other printer. I was gonna say, oh, I totally see the under extrusion, but no, that's just where it hasn't finished yet. Huh. Check it out. Let's go handheld mode. Boom. So, there it goes. It is printing. It's not very Not bad. Not bad at all. Speaking of handheld mode, this is bed held mode. It's coming right at us. All right, so on my slicer, I need to remove a line of code now. There it is. Close, close, slice. Is this Benchy at 100%? No. Yeah. All right. 50 fucking percent. I don't need 100% Benchy. This is just a test to see if it's under extruding. 100% Benchy is too much. This is our Benchy we're going to print next. It's going to take 28 minutes. I could turn on print thin walls to let it print that. Fuck, let's do it. Walls. Print thin walls. We'll get them. Hey! Sorta. Sorta. Let's see how that looks. I'm curious to see how the Ender handles that. What's funny about this is basically, this is like testing out my own printer, because basically anything this printer can do, any of my other printers can do. Except for suck at bed leveling. Because they're all Prusa clones, you know? But one of them's actually an Ender. This printer isn't mine, by the way. The one that's on the mini cam, not mine. Wait, the one that's on the right-hand camera is not mine. Can I tilt this up a bit more? Yeah. Massively overexposed for some reason, even though there's not that much light landing on it, but whatever. Properly lit scene doesn't look overexposed. Improperly lit scene looks ridiculously overexposed. Sure, why not? I should say, overlit scene doesn't look overexposed. Underlit scene looks overexposed. Maybe that's the camera compensating. Maybe if I brought light in, you know, let's test. Let's test. Big light. Hey, light? Thanks. No, I don't think that seems to be helping. Now I can't see the print at all. Well, sort of can. Oh, yeah. Bad angle, I guess. I didn't really expect to be shooting and paying that much attention to this printer. But it's printing. Well, there you go. That's fun. Whee. Let us retape this. It's cold enough yet. Yeah, cold enough. Where's the tape? I have thick tape. Where's thin tape? Thin tape. Thin tape. Thin tape. All the tape in the world, none of it's cap tape. Well, I have some cap tape, but it's thick. I want the thin cap tape. Where more tape? Or the wrong kind of tape? Where did I set my cap tape? Cap tape. No cap tape. No cap tape. Huh. No cap tape. Where's the cap tape? Tape? Where are you, bud? Not gonna hurt ya. I just want to rip the slice off you. Come on, tape. Let's not do this. You know this is gonna happen. I'm gonna find you. When I do, what the fuck? That's weird because the tape has a very specific place it goes, always. I don't know where else it would be. I have the thicker roll, but the thin stuff is what I need right now. I guess I could trim down some of the thick stuff, but that's a hassle. No. Now I'm looking in places I've already looked. So it has to be. Huh. Oh. At some point it fell on the floor. Which is why I did not expect it to be there. Because on the floor, that's not where tape should be. Alright, where's that grub screw? Right here. Hopefully I can get one quick layer of tape in here. And then we'll wrap outside of the, where did I even put that? The sock.
My Rose says I ate it when after I eat popcorn I drop something. First dog says good evening.
Good evening.
Rose as always getting them butterfingers.
And Butterfingers. You gotta wash your hands, Pyro. I wipe down those butterflies. This tape sticks to nothing but itself. It's the worst. It may just be getting cold. It didn't used to be, seem to be this little bit of sticky. I guess versus aluminum. Makes sense that it doesn't stick to much else. Yeah, where did we put the sock? Where'd the sock go? What the sock doing? Oh, there it is. Everything's falling. Socko go hero. Good enough. Need to replace this sock very soon. And okay, almost done. Alright, that should do it. What was that? Why did it sound like it was in the room with me? A real look behind you moment, but I can't. Well, murderer back there behind me. You got a free kill, go for it. Alright, I can look now. No, no murderer. What the fuck? Swore I heard a murderer back there. Oh, fuck. That's way down. That's way down there. You guys got that camera angle. Why didn't you tell me that? I think I fixed it well enough at least. Fuck. Damn it! That's way off. It's like one side that isn't even on at all. Where's that edge? Look, I just put you on there, Edge. There we go. Right. Actually, you know what? Before we do the sock, let's fucking be sure about this. This has been annoying me all night. We're not going to do the sock yet. We're actually going to heat the end up and make sure it's ridiculously tight still. No more failures. Clean all this garbage off the bed. This is our nozzle. Just gunked up. I'll hit that with the heat gun and clean it off. That's still a good nozzle. No, I just dropped it though. Throw it on the ground. Alright. That nozzle's gonna need a melt down. It's fine. I keep forgetting there's another printer over here running. It's so quiet, these enders. Sounds like a fan to me. This room's pretty loud normally, so I want that. Go back in the case. Is it metric or is it imperial? It's imperial. I have to know because it Metric goes on one side, Imperial goes on the other. You got to keep them separated. Hey! What are we at? Oh, I didn't even start warming the head up yet. Derp, 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 derp. I'm waiting here for it to warm up. Preheat. PLA should be hot enough. And so yeah, one more time. We're just gonna make sure everything's nice and cinched and tightened. And then once we've done that, we can put the sock on it and wrap it all up. And yeah, now they get a second to sit and chill. How goes, Kurt? Been a while. Let's take a look at this other printer that's actually doing something. Look, print is coming along. Whoa, got kind of close. Did it just skip? Did it just shift? Did it just layer shift? Did I just watch it? It looked like it just layer shifted on me. It didn't. Well, that was weird. It was like it stuttered. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, it's coming right at you. It's like that, one of the first videos ever with the train. People are going to start fainting on stream. That printer head's coming right for me. I wonder if that that other one's hot yet. Let's take a look.
Sammy says, is it feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
It is feeling it now. It wasn't a clogged nozzle. It wasn't anything to do with the nozzle or the PTFE tube at all. At least not anymore. They fixed that issue. Look, it moved! It fucking moved on its own! You cocksucker. Look at that. Look at that. I've never had this happen before. I swear, baby. Am I taking it out? I'm putting it in. How come it's going in so far? What? Where is... What? My only thought is it must be the wrong thread. No, that's the same friggin' thread. Yep. There's just not enough to hook onto then. I pushed it too far, I guess. Go in there. Alright, well, let's see if that gives me enough. I'll run it out the side, I don't care. Oh wait, do I want to be taking it the other way? No, I need to give this room to stick in. Holy shit. It's not grabbing. at all. I'm so confused. It looks like it's the right size. Huh. Okie dokie. Huh. Let me see something. No, it's still not grabbing anything. What the fuck? Have I stripped the aluminum? I must have stripped the aluminum. It's not threading in there. Huh. Oh, oh. Wiggly in the hole. That's not normal. Well, that's kind of ridiculous. It was so tight. It was fucking. It pulled it. Okay. How did that leak? How on earth did that leak? Alright, well, it's the heater block's done now. How on earth? And then how on earth am I able to fucking thread it in tight enough to just destroy the threads, but not actually seal it up? What in that? Alright, let it cool down now. Tear it apart again and find another heater block. I should have one, although when I was looking for it, I didn't find it. Oh, I think it might be in the other room. It might be anywhere. Oh boy, oh. I'm really unsure where that heater block's going to be. I'm assuming it's with all matter nozzles, but they aren't where they're supposed to be either. All the dirty nozzles. Huh. nozzles. Didn't find the block. Block was not with nozzles. Well then. That puts us out apart. We don't have a replacement. I swore this had extra blocks. We are blockless. Full block for me. Well. Two options. Launch myself into a search for the cheap block I have. I guess I have three options. Order a new block. Or steal a block from a different printer. Oh, never mind, found it. Found a block.
Barrow says no.
I love how when it cools down, it's just so loose. I don't know if it's actually coming off, but it's feeling everything else up in. It's just moving the whole thing. Yeah, I want it to be going this way, but I can't stop it from rotating everything. Shit. We'll just put the whole head back together later. Hooray! That part's fun. Oh yeah, that's completely fucking stripped. Great. Just wonderful. Chunk of YouTube still stuck up in there. Oh, you kidding me? Come on in. You're fine. Come on. There you go. Do some other fixes while we're here. I'd love to know how long that Teflon tube in there is. I'm breaking that chunk of Teflon out. I need the heat gun for that action. Where this everything went wrong at once. I think maybe that nozzle's threading wasn't good. Comparatively. It's deep. I don't think it was.
Stanley says the wild 9-hour mathematics stream.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut it soon. That seems close enough. I think I'm getting that apart. Well. I have all the stuff to fix it. Maybe that's what we do tomorrow. We fix the printer. Or I really get it in my head tonight and do it tonight. But not like opposite side on this one? Great. We're on the opposite side. Alright, that'll be fine like that, I think. Okay. Nice. All the way around like that though? That just feels like it's upside down though. With the grub screw on top, I won't be able to tighten it. That's why it's on the bottom. Just figured it out. Alright, well I might need to move things around a bit. It's a little annoying that that comes out the bottom. I need the thermistor at the top. On the opposite side. Is that here? Oh gosh, not good. I have to redo all of this. That might be okay. Definitely want to tape it in there. Yeah. That one's been scored right out. Good news is we were planning on replacing the the heater block anyway. Just that wasn't until like phase 2 or 3. Ay, ay, ay. Well, it's not really the block I want to be using. Do I finish this on the Ender? Oh, speaking of the Ender and finishing, the Ender Max finished. Oh, it's done. Printed just fine. So their nozzle is just fine. The problem was bed leveling. Their issue may have been their nozzle, and then it changed to bed leveling after they changed their nozzle. So it's probably what they thought it was, but then after they changed that, they didn't realize they had to re-level it. Well, we fixed one printer and we broke another one. These are the ways of 3D printing. This is the way. I want to thank anyone if they managed to survive this. Thanks for making it. It was a long, sometimes boring stream. Angering stream. Sad about my own 3D printer. Angry about this other 3D printer. I also have another option. So there's buy a new block, steal a block, or use this other block that I just found, which
He says printed 1.5 parts.
We printed 2.5 parts. Thank you very much. Actually, 3.5 if you include what printed over here on the Ender Max. We technically had a successful print over here. But we printed the Y tensioner assembly, which is 2 parts. And we printed some little things to get free shopping carts. Because that was one of the things that was on the SD card. Oh, I'm gonna take a picture of that. So that's that one.
He says like fake quarters.
Yes. Yeah, pretty sure they're fake quarters. I mean, I'm guessing they are. I think I said something about Canadian shopping. Probably the rest of that was probably Canadian shopping carts. So probably loonies and quarters is what they're sized for. And they're not quarter shaped in their entirety. They're nothing that you could really get in trouble for as far as like making fake currency. There you go. No one's going to think that's a quarter or a loony. So you're pretty safe there. Just a shopping cart releaser. Alright. Oh, yeah. Time for me. Oh, to hit the dusty road. I had fun, though. I hope you had fun. I want to thank all you guys for making all this ridiculous work possible for me. I appreciate it. Letting me buy all these expensive 3D printers and stuff like that. You guys rock. No, really, though. I appreciate it. Support is awesome. And I will see you guys all later. Have a good one.